God, we should start this kid. Let's get this party started here. Holy cow, we're late. Let's get this party started.
Kennedy. Do you want a man for president who's seasoned through and through, but not so doggone seasoned that he won't try something new? A man who's old enough to know
and young enough to do.
Well, it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you.
But it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you want a man with spirit who is not afraid to fight?
A man whose record shows that he will fight for what is right.
A loyal man who'll bring the job a fresh new point of view. Well, it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you.
Cause it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
And do you deny to any man the right he's guaranteed to be elected president, no matter what his creed?
It's promised in the Bill of Rights to which we must be true.
So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you.
And it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair? We'll measure him against the others, and when you compare, you cast your vote for Kennedy, and a change that's overdue. So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you.
Yes, it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me.
Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Well, the nightmare, depending on how you look at it, has either ended or returned. Welcome, welcome, welcome from my humble second bedroom here in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, part of these United States, in the Western Hemisphere, North American continent on this planet Earth, the only one we have, third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy. This is the Kennedy Effect for February 19th, 2023. Where do I begin? Because just where do I begin? I don't know where to even start. New glasses, by the way. Cheap readers, but also anti-blue. So if you're not used to seeing the glasses, there you go. New for the program here in 2023. There are already some folks in the chat. Please, by God, let us know who you are. Tell us. Put your questions in there. Yell, scream, agree, disagree, whatever it is that you want to do, but let us know that you're there so we can say hello. At a very minimum, I can say welcome and hello. We have no scheduled guests for this program currently, but many what is the old word that they used to use in one of the TV shows used to say, cast of thousands. That's what it is. It came to me eventually, didn't it? Has been invited. And we might have some folks dropping in from time to time. But what I wanted to do is just say, oddly, or what might seem like an odd way to start, is to say thank you. I received so many messages, so many thoughts, so many questions, so many, dare I say, complaints. Where are you? When are you coming back? What's going on? And it means a lot. it's a proper lot to me. And we missed you. I mean, let's be honest. I had a work situation. Let's just say this. I had to take a job. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, if I'm capable to work, then I have a responsibility to do so. And it just so happens that the hours of this position were when we, as this program family, generally get together. And that combined with I think 2 or 3 weeks that we were planning to take off for the most recent holiday season, means that I just couldn't be with you. By the time I would get home from work, we would have probably less than an hour together. And because I have an enormous ego and I don't shut up, an hour wouldn't be, I didn't think an hour was enough. I did have the great privilege to sit in for my dear friend Sergeant Mack on his program, The Villain's View, 1 week while we were on our hiatus here. That was great fun and fit much more into my schedule at the time than my program did. And so I've missed you. And it is a thing that I've missed you. And you can hear me typing because I forgot to add something onto the Hot 101 stream, which I'm trying to fix right now. Which I am fixing right now, which is terrible radio. So I had a chance to sit with April and DJ Lexus as they resurrected, if you will, the morning show on hot101.net, and I will be telling you more about that as we continue. That said, a lot you might think, and well, first off, let's put it this way. You can think anything you want about this program. You might love it, you might hate it, you might want to reach through Facebook or your radio or whatever it is and choke the life out of me, or you might want to throw roses, whatever it might be. But as you know, my friends, the people closest to me, especially poor Kristen, who has to suffer living here with me, that I actually do put a lot of effort into this program. I think about it constantly. It is always in the back of my head. And searching for guests, for topics, watching the news, posting articles to the Facebook page. What am I going to talk about? Who's going to listen? Gosh, I'm panicked about who might be here, not here. There's the dog in the background. That sounds great. But so, and a lot of that can be, taxing and tiring and frustrating. And it is my least favorite part of doing this, is constantly asking my friends and associates and people that I've met through politics to be part of this program, because even though even though the time of day that we are on might be most convenient for people to listen, and Sunday is still that even though we have so much 24-hour cable news and you know, we have right-wing hate radio all over the place that's 24/7, and Sunday is still kind of that like old-fashioned family dinner political day. your Meet the Presses and Face the Nations and Sunday Show, Velshi, all that stuff. Sunday's still kind of that kind of day. Less and less so, I guess, but at least it's still thought of that way. That's the one day a week that the family gathers around. And it is sort of a political day. And we don't do our show in the morning because we try to respect folks who, fit worship into their schedule and all that. So we decided, that the best time of day to do this is probably when we first started, or just about 4 years ago, that this was the best time to start. So my least favorite part of this is that it's scouring for guests and begging people to come share their time, because even though it might be a good time for you folks to listen, it's not always the best time for people to join us as guests. But my very roundabout point that I'm getting to, and I promise I'm actually getting to it, is that despite all of the things I do not enjoy and that are not my favorites, I realize that work is what brings me here with you each week. And that is an invaluable experience. And that you have blessed me and graced me with the time that you take to check us out. And some people check us out once, it's not their cup of tea, they don't come back. Others check us out and decide, that's pretty cool, we'll be back. And then they continue to do that. And we're grateful for that. I'm grateful for everybody who even gives us a one-day chance, because at least they gave us the chance. So all of that said, it's what happened then when we couldn't return. And every time that I thought we could, then we kind of couldn't. And and the messages would come that, we'll be there when you come back, or where have you been? We miss you. And that, or, hey, let's be honest, a couple of glad you're gone. And that happens. It's fine. There's nearly 8 billion people on the planet. There's a lot of different opinions. And we reach an audience. Doesn't mean that they're all listening at one time, but our scope of audience is 250,000 people around the planet. So there's going to be some varied opinions. And that's fine. But I guess in a very meandering, weird sort of way, what I'm trying to get to is that despite the parts of this program that are stressful, that I really don't enjoy, the ability and the work that I put into it, having had it taken away for 2 months, gives me what I hope is a new appreciation. What I hope, as narcissistic as it might even sound, I hope it gave you a bit of a new appreciation. I hope you missed us. I really do. As I was doing my Facebook sharing again, and by the way, Facebook shut me down again last night because they think I'm spamming groups that I'm actually in. I find that strange. I would imagine you can spam groups that you don't belong to, but I don't know how it's spam when you belong to the groups. But that said, whatever. They shut me down again last night, but I have been able to share the program today. 103 of those shares, by the way. So if you're out there listening, I've already seen Randall and Ron and Kathy. Share, because I do have a feeling that coming up at some point, I'm not going to be able to share to anybody. But all that said, all the work, all the stress, all the computer and technical problems, the paying RCN a remarkably unjustified amount of money for the internet bandwidth that we need. It is worth it to be able to be back here and to sit with you yet again. Our plan, he said, is to be with you right up to Easter. And then we'll cross the rest of the, we'll have an anniversary coming up in April. Why don't I look at the calendar very quickly? Just very quickly, there's some more bad radio for you. Easter happens to be, when is Easter this year? Daylight savings time is in a couple of weeks. When is Easter? It is the 9th. It's April 9th. So we expect to be with you straight up until April 9th. And then the following week after Easter would be the 16th. And I guess that's when we'll celebrate our fourth anniversary, because we began on April 17th, 2019. So it is amazing how the time has flown. I mean, think about it. The last time I talked to you, I believe, was December 12th of 2022. God goodness, does that not seem like a long time ago? No, I take that back. I think it was the 11th. It was December 11th, 2022. And today, of course, is the 19th. So, gosh, 9 weeks it's been. Some of that was holidays, of course, but the rest was just life getting in the way. But we're back now. And let's get back to work. Let's get back to the discussions. Let's get back to the opinions, the differences, and more so, what binds us together, the agreements. Let's get back to the policy. Let's get back to the history. Let's get back to building this program and its audience and the family that I consider it to be. Let's get back to answers and questions. But perhaps more than anything else, let's get back to the truth. Let's get back to the truth. Let's do a little business. We welcome you back. This is the Kennedy Effect live for February 19th, 2023. It's 5:18 Eastern Time, wherever you might be around the globe, including in the Pacific Rim, where it is already Monday, where New Zealand continues to dig out from just an incredible cyclone that wiped through its country. If you are in the Far East, Western Europe, Africa, the Western European continent, where a war is now on its first anniversary, South America, Central America, and Canada, and of course here across the United States, thank you for being there. We appreciate you more than you know, especially after being away for 9 weeks. We appreciate you more than you know, and we hope you missed us. And if you didn't, we hope you stick with us anyway. And if you are new to the program, because it was interesting to see some groups approve the show announcement that hadn't for a while, perhaps the hiatus does some good in that manner. We thank you, because we could not be here without you. We shared the program again today to 103 places. I hope every single one of you listening takes it and shares it to 103 more, and gets us out there. We don't want to be the tree in the forest. We wouldn't be here without you. So wherever you might be watching on Facebook, and again, the 103 places that we have shared the program to just about half an hour ago, thank you so very much. Stay there if you want to. Stay there, and all the great, welcoming, accommodating, kind, polite, wonderful groups that allow us to put our program in your groups. Stay there, watch, enjoy. Great. If you want to come over to the home group page, where I will be able to see you, interact with you, talk to you much easier, you should know, even after this long hiatus, what our group name is, and that is That Other Side of Information. That is the home group page for all things surrounding the Kennedy effect. That other side of information. To our sisters and brothers and friends and family at hot101.net, we have missed you terribly. We thank you for allowing us to be part of your Sunday or Monday, depending on where you are around the globe, because we know that people literally all around the globe are listening to hot101.net. We thank you for allowing us to be part of your day. If you do not know how to listen to hot101.net, then what the heck are you doing by now? I tell you all the time, but maybe after 9 weeks you've forgotten. So let me remind you. Hot101.net, our name is our web address. There is no type of device connected to the internet where you cannot listen to us. Hot101.net, our name is our address. Desktops, laptops, tablets, phones, Bluetooth speakers, Bluetooth in the car. And of course, you can tell Alexa to play Hot101.net. And of course, our friends at the TCP Media Group out of Lancaster, PA, and our friends over at Ghost Claw Productions, the home base for the show immediately. Well, won't be immediate if I don't make it to 9 o'clock, but the show following us, The Villain's View. And again, I had a great time sitting in for Sergeant Mac that one particular weekend. And thank God I didn't ruin his show, which I'm sure he's exceptionally happy about. I would be, that I didn't screw the pooch too much, but that was nice. I was very glad to do that. Honored to do it, really, because it's a big deal when you put this much work into something. And you know, you turn it over to somebody else. It's a big deal. It's not easy to do. And I was honored to do that for him. So we did the business end, told you a little bit about the story of where we've been for 9 weeks. Why don't we get back into the business? Oh, and let me tell you, straight out the gate, again, we could have a myriad of people dropping in tonight, or we could have no one dropping in tonight, in which case, you know that our standard airtime is until 9 p.m. I will endeavor to cover those 4 hours. It's the least I can do. But if we don't, we don't. But it's you and me, folks. I see 8 people in the room watching so far. That number has been all over the place, so I don't actually know if it's 8, but whatever. It's been all over the place. A hearty welcome to everyone who is there. The phone line is open. It is my hope that everything will work. I did all my tests. It was working when I booted everything up. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. The line is open. Have at it. Again, it could be just you and I for as long as I can talk, or we could have a myriad of people dropping in and out throughout the evening. There is so much to catch up on. And I'm suddenly getting a stuffy nose. That's terrible. Why would I be getting a stuffy nose? I will hope. I might have to run out of here and spray something to keep my nose open, but there is so much to catch up on that I am not even sure where to begin. I probably should have written down a bunch of things that I wanted to get to, but I didn't. But let me come up with a couple of things that popped into my head, because I did get some questions while we were out. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? And that's humbling that anybody cares, especially when we're not here, that someone would still contact me just for an opinion. So let me try to start with as many different topics as I can properly remember. So again, the last time we talked to you was December 11th. I would say for the remainder of December 2022, not a ton jumps out at me that I can recall. But I will skip ahead to a couple things. I had several discussions while we were away from you about George Santos, the ne'er-do-well representative, newly elected freshman representative from Long Island, New York. And you all know the story by now. The fake CV, the stolen money to save the life of a veteran's service dog, the death of his mother at least 3 times recorded, trying to pass himself off as Jewish. I would speculate to pass himself off as straight. But just that nothing about the man appears to be real, other than the fact that if you walked up to him and shook his hand, he is an actual piece of matter. His physical form exists, but apparently nothing about his form, at least that he has put out into the public, exists. His educational background, again, I think he's told us all his mother passed on 3 separate occasions. That she was at the Trade Center on 9/11, just all of these things. And I think the part of it that's kind of the salacious almost part of it. I think the real serious part of it is that the man seems to have illegally filtered through nearly $1 million in campaign contributions. He was a person in debt, as am I, as is most of the 99%. And then suddenly his debt just disappeared. I've heard figures in the media that hover from, $700,000 up to over $1 million of money that just sort of appeared in his life, with no trace of what donors gave it to him and what, where it came from, or even necessarily what he spent it on. But his debt disappeared, much like current Republican Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. And with all the salacious details, the real serious fact that this man is bought and paid for, that he is an actor of a sense, a tool of the billionaire class, a man whose house seat was purchased for him. That the billionaire class was able to take a man who appears to have no genuine history to himself whatsoever. Certainly no remarkable type of intellect, a personal history that is untraceable, partly because he's lied about so many different things, and we don't even know where to begin. And buy him a house seat. Now, to be honest, we had that here in the Lehigh Valley, where Jeffrey Ash purchased a Senate seat in the neighboring Senate district to us. I'm pointing this out, like, you know what I'm pointing at. What? It's great on the radio when I do these physical gestures. So we've seen this before. George Santos is a product. There are 2 big takeaways from the phenomena that is George Santos. 2, 3. I'm going to make it 3. I'll make it 3. 1. And I know that this has been somewhat of a controversial thought, somewhat of a you're ganging up on us kind of thought. How inept was the Democratic Party in that congressional district that someone like George Santos, when reporting about him, and his finances and his campaign finances and his fake personal history were being reported by local media. And yeah, thank God there's still some local media out there, as early as August of 2022. And yet still the Democratic candidate lost. Not by a lot, but lost. In a congressional district that President Biden won by 12 percentage points. And the Democratic nominee, whose name I still don't even know, still managed to lose to this man whose again, dark dealings and shady past were out in the local media for anyone to find. That's takeaway number one. How inept must the Democratic Party there have been, and possibly still is. I don't live there. I don't know. I'd be thrilled if one of them called me and set me straight. Let them scream and yell at me and, you know, how dare you call us? Well, good. Tell me what happened. Inform me. Teach me. Learn me. Tell me what I don't know. I'm always eager to learn what I don't know. Takeaway number two. I kind of hit on it a little bit before, talking about Mr. Santos' personal finances. George Santos is a product of the Citizens United era. Why do I say that? A man as sketchy as he, if given equal financing with the Democratic nominee, would never win. But when you can overwhelm your opponent with gobs and piles and buckets and wheelbarrows full of money, you can buy your way out of nearly any problem. Bad press, a sketchy CV, financial problems. You can dust it all away. You can paper over those cracks. No pun intended, paper money over those cracks. With enough money, you can form any persona. You can fix a lot of ills. I always giggle, sarcastically, by the way, at the notion money can't buy happiness. Nah, okay. But it can buy a hell of a lot of comfort. It can make a lot of problems go away. And that's what it did for Mr. Santos. Again, the local media was reporting on exactly who he is. But the gobs and gobs of money that he received. Don't think I'm opening a really tasty candy bar right now. I'm actually opening an eyeglass cleaning sheet. Nothing exciting, because I just realized something is on my glasses. These new glasses. I'm trying to clean them up a little bit as we speak. Money makes it all okay. Makes it all go away. You can form any kind of public persona that you want if you simply have the people who own you spend enough money to form it. So to me, that's takeaway number two. Here's takeaway number three. And if my dear friend Bob Smith is listening, I will probably set his head on fire. Or if he's not listening, his ears are probably ringing right now. Randall mentions in the chat that the National Democratic Party really effed up on that U.S. district. You're not kidding. That's the least I should say. Yeah, at a minimum, Randall, I should say, right? That's sad. But you're right. I'm kidding you, but I mean, spot on. Yeah. I mean, absolutely bang on. That said, takeaway number three. George Santos is the embodiment of the Republican Party at this point. He is an employee. He is the personification of what the billionaires have made their corporation, their Republican corporation. He is the absolute embodiment of it. Fake, fraud, liar, thief. But if we just spend enough money, we can put him back. We can put him in office, and he'll do whatever we tell him to do. That's perhaps in a list of frightening takeaways, none of the three of which are very good, but in a list of really bad takeaways, that's the one that should scare you the most. Not even the Citizens United part of it, but the fact that this man is he's an embodiment. I can't think of a better word. He is the personification of what the Republican Party is now, a corporation. You've heard me talk about this for years, literally years, actually, on this program, of that the Republican Party as such is not a functioning political party. It is a corporation. And people like George Santos, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, Matt Gaetz, these are the employees. Mr. Santos takes no particular platform to Congress. He takes no particular set of principles. He appears to have them. He takes no agenda. He takes no foresight. Takes no anything other than a hell of a lot of baggage to Congress. And the money made it go away. Or at least put a layer of fog so thick that people lost their sight. Now, the other two parts or main takeaways from, and there's other ones that we could add. I mean, we could go down this rabbit hole. We could probably talk for 4 hours just about him. He's not worth it, but we probably could. So that said, none of the three main takeaways that I have for you are good news. None of them are good news. None of them should make you feel good. None of them should make you happy. None of them should even, all of them should give you pause and should bother you, properly bother you. But I do think that the worst of the three, the scariest of the three, and by the way, the most obvious of the three, is that this is the Republican corporation. Fakes and frauds and thieves, bought and paid for by billionaires installed in our government to do what those billionaires tell them. End of story. All the while making you forget about using these culture wars to make you try to forget about people like George Santos. Except here's an interesting spot where the suit that is George Santos, and he wears one occasionally, and the culture wars intersect. while Mr. Santos has shown a grain of, I don't know, accepting who he is, he has introduced a national book ban on all the usual, right-wing titles. His co-sponsor is Marjorie Taylor Greene. So that said, again, one of my takeaways is still, it's frightening. That's all I can say. And so this is who they are, and it should scare you. Now, why should it scare you? Just because if they take power, they're going to implement this, that, and the other? Well, yes. Just because they are a fascist, increasingly fascist and American Taliban-style party? Yes. Because they will do nothing other than the bidding of the billionaire class? Yes. But there's even a more fundamental, what should be a more fundamental worry to you, in my opinion. Democracy, small d democracy, the small d democratic process, not the Democratic Party, but the small d democratic process, demands for its health, sustainability, and functionality, demands at least 2 functioning political parties. We don't have that anymore in this country. We have 1. And I don't say that because I am Captain Democratic Party. I've been accused of it. But I am open to admit that my party is not perfect. Not by a long shot, by the way. But we're sure as hell the only ones trying. We have a platform, we have plans, we have legislation, we have... And maybe some of the things that we even think are answers might be the wrong ones. But dear God, at least we have some. So what I think, and I'll get to the other thing in just a sec, what I think should scare you is that it's not good for democracy. It just isn't. It's not good for democracy. And I would be thankful that even if you consider yourself a Republican, a self-identified Republican, maybe even a Eisenhower Republican, the answers should, the states should be laboratories of democracy, and they should take the lead, and the federal government should be smaller and stay out of people's lives, and all the classic lines of conservatism, or what conservatism used to be. You should be worried too, and you should be thankful that the Democratic Party doesn't have a fascist, totalitarian, Christian nationalist bent to it. Because we're the only ones left. We're the only party left. We're it. We're not perfect, but we're the only ones left. I think that basically sums up Mr. Santos. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. Here's the next big thing. Kind of builds on Mr. Santos. It kind of builds on it. That That would be the speakers fight. The election of Kevin McCarthy as speaker. And I have to say, and I'm not proud of this, by the way. I'm actually really not proud of this. Kristen and I watched that exercise. All right, I'll save it. Let me hold on to that. Why did I know? Why did I know you would be first?
Because there was too many weeks over the years that I'm the only one that calls in.
Well, yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be that way, but
No, it should.
you know, we continue to work on it. What can we say? Yeah.
Exactly, Jeff. Exactly.
Anyway, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing fine, Jeff. How are you and the wife doing?
I mean, we're all right. As you know, we are rarely, if ever, healthy, and we aren't today either. And you can hear that Daisy is not happy. I don't know what she's barking at, to be honest, but she's having a go.
Maybe
It just is what it is. I'll tell you what. I've told this story before, and Randall, you can have as much time as you want. Currently, we'll, eventually I'll say goodbye, but no one else is wrong so far, so I'm not going to cut you off. I promise. But let me just say this: that I've done so many of these shows, and I've done so many Zoom meetings, and so many, even in what we generally consider to be a post-COVID era, that we're more or less back to normal. Even though, by the way, on average, 500 Americans nationwide are still dying from COVID every single week. But for all intent and purpose, we are, and you can disagree with me if you don't think we're out of it yet. I don't think we're out of it. But my point is that we still do a lot of these Zoom meetings. And I've done a lot of all these shows by Zoom. And before Randall was a fixture on our program, we did a couple of these shows where folks' dogs would bark like crazy in the background, like Daisy is now. I remember Kadita Kenner's cat walking in front on her keyboard in front of the camera in the middle of a presentation. And I just find we have to keep in mind that so many of us are all still doing this from home. I am not in a formal radio studio. I'm in my bedroom, literally, well, my second bedroom. I would like to have a formal studio, by the way, and I'm working on that. But that said, I'm in my second bedroom. So you're going to hear the dog bark from now and then. She's downstairs. I don't know what she's got going on. I know she wants to go out and play something terrible, and Kristen and I simply haven't felt well enough to do it with her. We did a couple of short walks, but she's got way more energy than we do today. So I know part of it is that she's bored. If you do hear her in the back, it's simply Daisy the dog having a go. I don't know if the squirrels are planning some type of invasion, if the birds are working together with the squirrels to take her out. I have no clue what's going on, but she's having a go. So that is what that is. But anyway, sir, please tell me, how have you been? Thank you for asking about us. It's not necessary, but I appreciate it. Just generally speaking, how are you?
I'm pretty good. I got some obvious medical problems going too, but then I'm 70 years old, actually 70 and a half.
Yeah, well, but who's counting?
My father-in-law, who's still with us, he just celebrated his 90th birthday. And last Saturday, we had a big gig with a family and friends at his retirement community. And that was really nice. That was very nice.
Good. Outstanding. Good stuff.
Absolutely. Number one is family. Always is.
Well,
anyway.
It reminds me, you've made me think of something. the news that came out last night that I found profoundly sad. But it is the eventual story of us all, is it not? President Carter, former President Carter, who is 98 years old, has made the decision in conjunction with his family that no more medical treatments are necessary. He has decided to go home for whatever remaining time he has with us. President Carter is a man. President Carter is a man who Republicans have turned into a demon and a failure, and he was anything but. President Carter also reminds us that faith, real actual faith, real religion, real faith, is not owned, operated, and the strict possession of self-identified Republicans. I would defy anyone in history. I'm not expecting John Meacham to show up on this program, although he's welcome to, or Michael Beschloss or anything like that, but they're certainly welcome to do so. I would defy any of them to tell me that there has ever been a president of deeper faith than President Carter. So he has turned himself over to God, to go home, to spend the time that he can with his family, and he will no doubt be leaving us and move on. You know, as Christians believe that he will move on to a better place. And I think he is, he did not have the most successful presidency in history. He did not. But he was also not the failure that Republicans have tried to paint him to be, period. He was not. Just nothing else to discuss about it. He was not. He's a man who actually could have and should have, had it not been for Ronald Reagan. Again, it all starts with Reagan. I don't believe that we would be in the climate crisis, he tried to say. Always good. Again, always good when the radio guy can't talk. We would not be in the climate crisis that we are in had it been if President Carter had won a second term. So those are just brief thoughts about a very, very good and decent man. And I certainly don't mean decent in the way of like, wasn't great, wasn't bad, it was decent, like a decent meal. I mean truly decent down into his core, to his heart, his soul, his faith, his being. A truly, truly decent human being who no doubt will be leaving us soon, and that he knows that and has decided in conjunction with his family, it's okay. It's okay. So that's it. Let me, you keep saying things, but you're bringing things into my brain that I want to, that are making me want to talk. But go ahead. What did you want to, I don't know. Just go ahead. Go for it.
Well, Kathleen, fellow alumni from Warren Wilson College, like myself, and like Kevin Fredericks.
Hey, think about that list. One of these things is not like the other.
Anyway,
joke. Come on now. That's a joke.
Carter lost re-election because of the Iranian hostage crisis, in my opinion.
That is correct. The Reagan campaign worked out a deal with the Iranian.
Until I am sworn in as president. He absolutely did that all through the fall.
Very much.
And
absolutely.
He absolutely did that under the table to sabotage anything that President Carter could do to get our hostages out.
Agreed. And documented, by the way. This is not some fake stream of consciousness or alternative history that seems to be so prevalent in the Republican Corporation now. This is real history.
Yep. And I lived through it in my late 20s during his one presidential 4-year term, And that's when I got involved in politics, Democratic politics here in Delaware County, Delco, PA. And anyway, it's sad. It's sad, but again, his trust in his Christianity and God. I mean, look at the guy. He taught Sunday school for decades and decades and decades after he was president. But then he gave up his membership in the Southern Baptist Convention churches because they became so rabid Republican, supporting, just the nonsense they do. So, it's like, anyway.
Let's think about this too. President Carter, it was a quote and a conclusion of his that got nowhere near enough attention, reporting. He was not interviewed 200 times as a follow-up, the way someone is when these all these books come out, whatnot, and they do the book tour and they do 900,000 interviews and whatever. He said on the Tom Hartman program in, I think, 2013, I think it goes back that far, he said straight out, I will look up I actually have a meme of it that I have posted a myriad of times. He said flat out, because Tom Hartman asked him about the Citizens United decision and President Carter, how it affected democracy. And that was essentially the question. I'm butchering it, and I'm certainly paraphrasing. But that was basically the question. What has the Citizens United decision done to American democracy, small d democracy? And he said, we're not a democracy anymore. This decision has legalized political bribery. The United States is no longer a functional democracy, it is an oligarchy. It is owned and operated by a very, very small few, handful of mega multimillionaires and billionaires. And this goes back to what I was saying earlier about George Santos and what I intend to say about the election of the election of Speaker McCarthy. This is not a functioning political party, Republicans. It is owned and operated by the people who own it, the billionaire class, and all the think tanks and consultants and media people and all the people that they employ. It is a misinformation factory to somehow convince you that when a train derails in Ohio and kills everybody within a certain, poisons everybody within a certain radius, although you watch, those people will start dying. That's good for you somehow. And then either no one cleans it up or the government gets stuck cleaning it up, not the corporation. That's somehow good for you. That when two men, Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, are worth $500 billion, that somehow that's good for you. This isn't just a difference of opinion. It's a proper difference of philosophy. I'm going to do something disgusting on the air right now. No, not that one. Yeah, well, that'll help. That won't hurt. Thank you. Are you feeling any better? Not really. Okay. She's feeling great. Apparently Daisy's trying to play with the cat. He's not having it. That's why she's barking. But this is, and George Santos is a symptom, or sorry, not a symptom. He's a result. He's a visual. Again, I'm repeating myself, but he's a personification of this. No platform, no history, no apparent intelligence or understanding of the issues or our platform or ideas or solutions. Nothing but a boatload of money, put him in Congress, bought him a persona, bought him a history, made him a caricature, a cartoon character that a Democratic district put into Congress. And now even local Republican officials think he should be removed, but not Kevin McCarthy. Because that's who the Republican Party is now, damn it. That's who they are. They are a corporation owned and operated by people who don't even want you to exist. Because maybe you make too much money. Maybe you're a union member. Maybe you're a person of color. Maybe you're a trans person.
Maybe you're past 65 and can't work anymore, so let's put you out the pasture immediately.
Because you cannot create or generate any wealth, and you have no wealth left to be taken from you. You don't count. Die. We'll make more of you. That's what this is now. And so many times, I'm thinking of the interview that Chuck Todd, because, you know, if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Republicans, that Chuck Todd had with Gymnasium Jim Jordan, where he really confronted Jordan about his lies and his misinformation and so on and so on and so on, and yet never took it to the logical conclusion. And it's not just my logical conclusion. I'm not just making it up out of nowhere. It's the truth of it. It all comes down to it. Why does Gymnasium Jim Jordan do what he does? Because he will give the people that own him anything they want. Anything. It always comes down to money. Always, always, always. Always. He's an employee. Kevin McCarthy's an employee. George Santos is an employee. Marjorie Taylor Greene's an employee. Lauren Boebert's an employee. Matt Gaetz is an employee. Scott Perry is an employee. Ted Cruz, Josh Hawley, Rick Scott. They're employees. Not lawmakers. They're not leaders. They're employees who have made a fortune. And especially now with this, when the Supreme Court said that when you raise campaign cash, if you don't run for office again, you just get to keep the money and put it in your pocket. It's legalized bribery. That's what President Carter told us 10 years ago. It's not a democracy. It's legalized bribery owned by an oligarchy. And all of this, look, you know, folks, that we've had real trans people, that sounds so gross, but you get it, trans people on this program who have shared their really tough stories with us. We've had every shade of color of human being on this show. All the scapegoating of trans people, gay people, bi people, people of color, seniors, children. It's just an article in The Guardian yesterday that a meat packer who has plants in 11 different states has been, I don't even think they got shut down. They got fined. They were raided by the FBI because they were employing hundreds of 13 and 16-year-olds to work in their plants. all of this, all of it, all of it, the attacks on trans people, the, scapegoating of legal immigrants, scapegoating of people coming here looking for asylum, all of it, the book banning, the you know it, the whole list. I don't need to list it all for you. You know it all. It's all to hide the fact that all of it, at the end of the day, comes down to money. The very small number of people who have all of it and they want the rest. Your money's not your money, it's ours. Our money's ours. What's mine is mine, what's yours is mine. And what Randall just said, when you get to a certain age where you have neither, you have no wealth of your own, and you can't generate any for anybody else, then go die. Somebody else will replace you. We'll find somebody else. That's what it is now. Believe me, if you are a trans person who is at the receiving end of all this crap, you don't care where it's coming from. You just know that you're bearing the brunt. I get it. But the media at large, with rare exception, has not taken all of this to its conclusion. Well, Republicans are targeting trans people. Why? Why? We're not asking why. We're not answering why. Because it's politically expedient. It's a distraction to keep you from remembering just how much you don't have. Right? Just how much you don't have. I apparently have somehow gained the ability to have call waiting on my Google Voice. I have no idea when that happened. I also don't know how to use it. It's insane. Well, where did this come from? I don't know. I still can't take two at the same time. I can either put Randall on hold or I can hang up on Randall. So I don't know what to do here. So I have a call waiting, but I still only have one line. I don't know how this works. But that's the third time that someone has called. So let me give me a shot. Go ahead.
I just want one point Jeff was talked about earlier, and that was the train derailment of toxic chemicals in Ohio. And you talk about buying against people's safety. President Obama and the National Railroad, I don't know the exact name of the Federal Railroad Commission, but in any case, they were to put forward a requirement that on Class 1 and Class 2 toxic chemicals, that the trains had to have automatic braking systems.
Yep.
Train braking systems is still the technology developed in the 19th century.
And it was
bought off. They bought off the Republicans in Congress to make sure that would not happen, because it would cost them a shitload of money to have to comply for, people's life and safety and future health. And with that, I'm going to let you go, because you said people are calling in, so I'm going to let you go. And I'll probably call you in an hour or two. Okay. Have a good one, Jeff.
Yeah, don't fall asleep, old man. I'm teasing. Whoever else was trying to get in, the line is now open. I almost said 9. I almost gave you my cell phone number. Oh, wow. I haven't been here in a while. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. I missed my top of the hour reset, so let me do that. Thank you all for being here. If you don't know what you're listening to, it is the Kennedy Effect, and we are back live with you for February 19th, 2023. We've basically just been kind of doing a review of some topics that we missed, that we were not here live for. And we didn't even make it that far. It's funny how deep some of these topics can go. But we'll continue. But we want to also say, for all of you across the Facebook universe, and I have shared the program to at least 103 places the last time I saw, 103 places, and I strongly ask, request, implore, encourage you to share this program everywhere that you might feel it appropriate as well, and maybe some places that you don't. That I implore you to share it, whether that's groups, pages, friends, family, individuals, whatever it might be. I strongly ask you, request, beg, implore you to share this program wherever. If you're watching in any one of those places, please feel free to stay there. I will try my best. If you comment on the program in a different group, I will try very hard to find it and to respond to you. But it is our home group Facebook page, that other side of information, where I will see it immediately and can respond. So I hope that you will do that. To our friends and family at hot101.net, literally around the globe, we thank you so much for allowing us back into your lives yet again after a long break. We, Hot 101 means everything to us. It really does. So thank you for allowing us to be part of it again. Hot101.net, our name is our web address. There's no device connected to the internet that has a speaker where you can't listen to Hot 101. All of them, you can. Desktops, laptops, tablets, phones, Bluetooth speakers, Bluetooth it in the car, smart headphones. And of course, you can tell Alexa to play Hot101.net. The TCP Media Group from Lancaster, our friends and family at TCP, and of course now Ghost Claw Productions, the home of The Villain's View, coming up at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, here at that other side of information at Ghost Claw, and of course on Hot101.net. Want to make sure that we do all that. So the line is open. I'm not sure who was trying to get in, or tried 3 times to get in. But it is open currently, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. So all of that said, let me then, at least until the phone would happen to ring again, let me then get into what was kind of the next step of kind of the biggie that happened while we were gone. And that is the circus that was the reorganization and election of, I guess nobody wants me to talk about this topic, because here it goes. Come on. There we go. Thank you. You click on the thing and you think it's going to work. Area code 570, first name, where you're calling from. Welcome. Welcome back. Welcome to the program.
Well, Charles, calling from Central Pennsylvania.
Oh my God. That was the one number I was supposed to have blocked. Oh, God. I'm losing my touch. Losing my touch after 9 weeks. I don't remember who to block anymore. Anyway, I'm teasing, obviously. Please go ahead.
I'm glad to hear your speech. I got to tell you, a lot of people, they talk about the Democrats, they talk about the Republicans, a lot of the democracy and this and that. And, and the truth of the matter is, it's what my econ prof said when I was at college. He says, when you get capitalism, he says, you can call it whatever you want to. You can call it totalitarianism. You can call it oligarchy. He says, it's the rich versus the poor, and the rich will do whatever they can. And, when you look around at people, when I say something, say, well, it's too simplistic. Well, take a look at Walmart. Take a look at, the big building centers. You don't have a lot of the small stores to go into. We celebrated the day after Black Friday, shop small Saturday, and it just basically comes down to, I don't care who's sitting in the office. It's going to be the money. It's going to be the money. I know you, and I've said this before a long time ago when I was in the Republican Party because I was in a highly Republican area. And to be a Democrat, which is more my philosophy, there would have been 4 of us in the whole county. I can remember being down in Harrisburg. I was taken down by a friend. We were Republican committeemen, and I could hear these guys. They weren't the old guys. They were older than me, but they were in their 30s and 40s, and they were talking about the evils of the New Deal, and really almost fawning over the way it was before that, which was a time of, the call them oligarchies if you wanted to, but the capitalistic individuals and the workers were interchangeable parts. I've talked to a lot of young people. Hey, did you get your money at Walmart? Yeah, they raised my salary. Ah, well, that's good. Now that means money coming back into the system. But they cut my hours. What? Well, they cut my hours. I said, and so the long and the short of it is, you may be making $15 an hour, right? But I'm still taking home the same amount of pay. You can blame it Democrats, you can blame it on it's capitalism. I don't want what I heard you saying on the radio. I got it. I don't want to get. I hear people, young and old. Oh yeah, I invest in the stock market. Oh well, that's good. Oh yeah, I'm hoping I can retire early. What are they looking for? 10, 11, 15% increase? That's not going to happen. But it comes down to it. When people around here say to me, "We need capitalism," great, I'm for it. Goodbye, government. Don't build the roads. Your road looks shitty. That's your problem. We have it where I live up here. There is a gentleman down here who raises poultry, chickens for the market and turkeys for Thanksgiving. If they redid the road, he got an academy. What did the rest of us get? Since we're residential, we get tar and stone. Now, that a Democrat? Is that a Republican? Oh, that's capitalism. Why? Because he is serving the economy.
We need to remember too, don't we, of exactly what capitalism is.
Right.
And that is
true capitalism.
It is what it says it is. It's making money from money. It is investments in money making ventures. It also it relies on the constant, continuous, quarter after quarter, year after year economic expansion and growth, which is by definition impossible. There has to be a reset. There has to be a year of negative growth. Growth is very incompatible with inflation. You can't have unlimited economic growth. There has to be a time where there is smaller amounts of growth or even negative growth, or what we've come to learn, are these quote unquote market corrections. That's the strictest and yet most accurate form, or definition, of capitalism. I agree with you.
Doctor,
I don't want government making my TV or my jeans or my car, but I sure as hell want government to make sure, because private industry has shown over and over and over ad infinitum that it will not protect me from that TV shorting out and causing a fire. It will not protect me from my car killing me. It won't protect me from those jeans using a dye that will eat my skin off and kill me. All because it is more economically feasible for the companies to do that, where they can have as little cost and the most maximum profit margin that they can possibly have. I also want government, because again, private industry has shown, and it just showed again this week with 13-year-old kids working in meatpacking plants. I want government to make sure that the people who make those TVs and cars and blue jeans are not being exploited and killed and poisoned. Because again, private industry has shown over and over and over and over again that it will not do that for itself.
Dr. Ozone used to tell us. We used to say, so economic competition is good. He said, yes, if it can happen. Well, what do you mean it can't happen? You just told us in capitalism, those who produce a product that the people like will prosper, and those that don't. He said, correct. But he says, when you begin to tilt the system, Walmart, he said, and you drive out the competition, he says, you come down with one market. Well, yeah, but it would be better, he said, if it was not run by humans. He says, profit is the golden word capitalism. And he says, it's what will be done. And he said, that is when government needs to step in. And people said, well, they're the reason it gets screwed up. He said, yes, because right now, the politicians are part of the game. And when you think about it, most of those guys down in Washington, Republican and Democrats, they're there to put in the years, get the retirement, get their money, and get out. It's like a cousin of mine who was in the United States Air Force. And I said, why do we have such problems with buying sets that don't work and all this? He said, simple. A general gets a contract or favors a contract from Boeing. When he retires, he ends up working for Boeing.
Mm-hmm. And certainly not for $15 an hour, I assure you.
And you know, when I was young, Firestone was producing tires. What the hell? So you find out there's a class of tires that blow up. Research it. We'll do better. We'll pay the lawsuits. Now with limited liability, and they go on. Same thing, you know, when people look at me and they say, "What about the jets blowing up?" and they're fouling. I said, "That's capitalism. Hey, you don't want to get on that jet. Don't get on that jet. That's your problem, not mine. I'm making money." And I said, you know, when I invest in things, I have companies. The word that really cringed me was a fellow principal who was backing, and I totally can't remember, Jeff, an insurance company, and he said, I like them. He says they get good profits by keeping down claims. There's capitalism. So I laugh when Republicans, Democrats, anybody in my area, you go ahead and see how long you'll live.
Pure capitalism. Capitalism
Yep.
in its purest form has never worked. Ever.
And you know, it doesn't, because it doesn't matter about the customer, you know, buyer beware. That's Roman. That's a Roman statement.
Let's think
That's
about
what it is.
the country on earth
Uh-huh.
who has, I wouldn't say perfected, because perfected means that then there can never be any other improvements, or that there is no other room for improvement. Let's think about the country on earth who has probably, well, I can think of several, but I'm gonna go for the controversy. I'm gonna go for the most controversial example of a nation on earth that has advanced capitalism to perhaps the closest part of perfection that we have yet seen. Because again, capitalism in its purest form has never worked. We saw this idea of complete free market, wide open, zero government, well, almost zero government, period, but certainly zero government engagement in the economy. We had this libertarian fantasy played out in Somalia and in Iraq after the Second Iraq War, and to a great extent in Afghanistan. All of which, anybody recently vacation in Mogadishu? I don't think so. You have roving gangs, you have a very, 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 very tiny of ultra wealthy who own what little government exists. It's the same in Iraq, it's the same in Afghanistan, and I could keep listing. The United States toppled duly elected, legally elected social democratic governments all over Latin America. Libertarianism does not, has not, will never work, period, in its purest form. So what form of capitalism works? Well, as we have highlighted on this program nearly every single week, because the histories, I just got that backward. The lessons of history show us what the answers to our modern day problems are. We simply need the guts to implement them or re-implement them. So what form of capitalism does work? Well-regulated capitalism.
Right.
In which case, and what are regulations, kids? Regulations are protections. So where do we have the most protected, where the populace is the most protected from the venture capitalists? I would argue there are several nations, but I again will go for the most controversial to make you think, or at least I hope make you think. China. They are the single largest, they're the largest economic power on earth. Now, somebody will come back and tell me the United States is still the richest country on earth with the largest economy. Yes, but we don't make things to the same level the Chinese do.
Correct.
So what are some other? The Chinese now have the largest middle class on earth, not just in sheer number, because they have over 1 billion people, but as a percentage of their economy. Their economy consistently grows 5, 6, 7, sometimes double-digit percentages. Are they an oligarchy? Yes. If you're a high enough official in the Communist Party, you are fabulously wealthy. Potentially incalculably wealthy. They have a capitalist system. I know we continue to consider them a communist country.
But
It's not.
No.
It is a capitalist economy that the government has a hand in, and they're taking a share of it, and that's why the party officials become wealthy. But it is a capitalist society. You can open a business. In fact, most times the government, if it's a small local business, most times the government will help you do it. And they're heavily regulated. If the Chinese do a public works project and a bridge collapses, people go to jail. It is highly regulated. I would say as a secondary example, the Scandinavian countries.
Yeah.
They are social democratic countries, democratic socialists. They encourage unionism. They highly regulate private industry to protect workers, the consumer, and even the product itself. And on some occasions, they actually, those same regulations actually protect the company from itself. Are the Scandinavian countries failures? They're the happiest countries on earth. They have the happiest populations on earth. They have extremely high voter engagement, long lifespans, lack of debt. They're exceptionally well-run countries. So capitalism as a thought, capitalism as a concept can work when it is properly regulated, protected, and controlled. Libertarianism does not and will not and has never worked. Regulated capitalism does.
And the thing of the matter is, when people turn around here and say, well, we don't have oligarch coaches. You want to look at them? Look at Walmart. I said, no, look what we have here. I said, I used to work at a small hardware store, and we do a good business. We do, but we've been here for years. But I'll guarantee you, as years go on and the older folks forget about the name of Kohl's Hardware, or they see the cheaper prices at Walmart, even though the product may be cheaper and it may fall apart, they will go. And then suddenly they turn around and what's up? Why are the workers paid so poorly? Well, where else are they going to go? The mall?
Exactly as it was designed.
The malls were the way they were, and they worked, but I wonder, is it the COVID or the simple fact of the matter? I'm guilty of it too. You go on Amazon. I can sit here at home in my DVDs or my pajamas, deal up what I want, send it. It'll be here in 2, 3, 4 days. In most cases, I don't like it, I can return it. Prices used to be cheaper on there. It's capitalism, and that's what gets me when people say we need to return to that which was truly go right ahead. You are not going to be happier than you are now. And I just cry, but I laugh when I see politicians like Donis and the one from Texas and Marjorie pointing. I'm like, man, that's a diffusion. They're telling you to look left while they're reaching in your pocket, right, taking the money. Look at the regulations they're laying out. Yeah, but that's going to protect us from the Chinese. Well, yeah, it may do that, but what's it going to do for the small businesses?
We created the Chinese. We exported our economy to China. We created the Chinese. We created the economic power that they are. By design. This was always by design.
When you were a small tot, and Kristen too, and I'd sit there with my father watching golf, and golf targets more or less upper echelon, and they were talking about investment in the Pacific Rim. Who put the money in there? Why did they do that? Capitalism. I'm going to invest in a third world nation at that time. I'm going to not face the regulations. I don't have to worry about, worker safety. And I'm going to make what? Money, which was what happened in the turn of the century. Riding railroads. And if it jumps the tracks and kills you, well, don't ride on that railroad anymore. Go get on another one. Capitalism, pure, unadulterated capitalism. So I'm all for it. Let's embrace it. But, screw the unions, everything, capitalism. If I can get on and start another radio show and put the screws to use, it's your fault.
Well, if anybody has shown that it's not that difficult to do, it's me.
Well,
I mean, clearly.
Hey,
clearly, you don't need to be a rocket scientist, do you?
Yeah, I'm glad you're back. And everything's a little bit more settled. Say hello to the young lady.
Well, settled is appears to be a relative term. I continue to hear barking from downstairs, so I think those two are having a hell of a night. I'll tell you what. She just wants that cat to play, and he wants nothing to do with her. So
that's the liberal and the conservative.
Yeah,
down there.
more or less. Yeah, more or less.
Okay. So good talking to you.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
That reopens the phones 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. It is 6:35. Wherever you are on Facebook, this is the Kennedy Effect Live and returning to you like a ghost, haunting you. We are back for February 19th, 2023. Wherever you're watching on Facebook, please stay there. Please enjoy. And to every single group, page, and individual who allows us to be part of your small corner of the Facebook world, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We could not do it without you. We continue to encourage you to please share this program everywhere, and to everyone, to every group, to every page that you feel it appropriate, and maybe even some that you don't. That other side of information is the home group Facebook page. It is the home for the Kennedy Effect. You can follow us all week long. Whenever the program is not live on the air, you can find old programs there, announcements, news articles, all that stuff. Please come to our home group Facebook page, that other side of information. Hot101.net, our name is our web address. Listen to us on any type of internet connected device. And it occurs to me, because I am out of practice and that I haven't been here for 9 weeks, that I'm forgetting to give you some very, very important information. You can listen to hot101.net on any type of internet connected device. Hot101.net, our name is our web address. Desktops, laptops, tablets, phones, Bluetooth speakers, Bluetooth in the car, Bluetooth headphones. Tell Alexa to play hot101.net. And also, so how do I listen if I don't want to listen to the main webpage? Well, this is what I realized an hour and a half into the program that I forgot to tell you. Hot101.net has apps for you. If you have an Apple device, go to the Apple App Store, search for hot101.net, download it, open it, boom, you're listening. Piece of cake. It is literally one tap. Open it and you're listening. If you have an Android device, go to the Google Play Store. Search for hot101.net. You can get our app there. Again, open it, boom, you're listening. Piece of cake. If you should happen to have any other type of device, an LG, a Google Pixel, any of that good stuff, you can also use the TuneIn Radio app. Go up to the search bar, type in hot101.net, and you can listen to us through the TuneIn Radio app. There is really no way that you cannot listen to hot101.net. Double negative, perhaps. That means just about you name it, you can catch us, you can find us, and I strongly, strongly, strongly encourage you to do exactly that. After our program at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 8 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Pacific. I actually did say specific one of these shows, past shows. The Villain's View. Sergeant Mac is the host. You know Sergeant Mac. He's a frequent visitor to our program. You know him, you love him, and if you don't, you should. He comes up right after us on hot101.net, also here on that other side of information, and his own Facebook page, Ghost Claw Productions. That is right after us at 9 p.m. And of course, all week long, the fabulous and deeply, deeply talented DJs that spin music for you all week at hot101.net. And the morning show has returned Wednesday mornings at 9 a.m. with DJ Lexus and April Riddick, my sister from a different mister, the woman whom without I would not be here with you right now. So blame April before you blame me. So that's all of us. The phone line is open, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. Let me then try again. And believe me, I'm happy to be interrupted by phone calls. But let me try again. One of the other big happenings that happened while we were on our hiatus was the election of Speaker, at least in name, Kevin McCarthy. I am a little bit embarrassed to say, I think I started this before Randall called, to say that Kristen and I watched this like a train wreck, which is not a good word to use now, given what's happening on the Ohio-PA border. But we watched this like a slow-motion car accident. We watched it for the reason people watch NASCAR, because they're waiting for cars to flip upside down. We watched it for the reason some people watch skiing, because they want to see it crash. We just, we were fascinated by it. We were fascinated by it. The exercise of it, the spectacle of it, the circus of it. We were absolutely enthralled by it. But after, I don't even think I remember how many rounds now. 11 or 12, 13 rounds after McCarthy basically giving away, after Matt Gaetz going on Fox News with Sean Hannity and saying, we have nothing left to take from him. We can't really negotiate him because he gave us everything, gave us more than we wanted. We can't take anything more from him. He did become speaker. So that happened. And at the risk of being repetitive, let me say that entire circus, in the very same ways that George Santos does, is now and again indicative of what Republicans have become and the corporation that Republicans are. Here's a man with no particular intellect, no particular political skill, comes from a very safe red district, Central California. He knows how to bring in the billionaire money, and whom they have for some unknown reason that I have yet to figure out, and that I have really yet to see any of the very highly paid pundits and hosts explain, is that for some reason the billionaire class sees him as at least somewhat decent in his decision making to be the guy to give the money to then decide whom to pass it out to. And one of the themes that seemed to come out of his election was that the inmates are running the asylum. And here's the sad part about that. It's true. When Matt Gaetz says we have nothing left to demand of Kevin McCarthy because he gave us everything, Marjorie Taylor Greene is on the Government Oversight Committee. I mean, this isn't serious governing. You saw the first, one of the demands for people to support him as Speaker was the creation of this so-called Government Weaponization Committee. You saw their first day of testimony, where a man who has descended into proper insanity, like Ron Johnson, started talking about Hunter Biden's laptop, Chinese viruses, tracking through vaccinations. I mean, proper QAnon, 4chan, 8chan, Earth is flat kind of conspiracy theory. These are the inmates running the asylum. Our own Pennsylvania congressman, for those of you who are across the country and around the world, Scott Perry, who was subpoenaed by the January 6th Commission and is still under investigation by the Department of Justice for his role in trying to overturn the 2020 election and end the American government as we know it, is now one of the most powerful people in the Republican caucus. Again, and here's some controversy, a bit of a failure of Democrats not to get him voted out. He's now one of the most powerful people. So is Marjorie Taylor Greene. So is Lauren Boebert. So is Matt Gaetz. These are now the leaders of the Republicans in the House. When Mitch McConnell is trying to distance himself from you, you know something's off. Because again, Mitch McConnell was a middle-class, fairly mild-mannered, somewhat reasonable guy when he got to Congress. He's now a mega multimillionaire. That didn't happen by accident. He's just as corrupt and bought off as the rest of them. But when even he thinks that these people are nuts, they're probably nuts. I don't know what else to say about it. It was a circus. It was a car crash. And we couldn't stop watching it. I found it remarkable that the way America runs elections is that when a certain candidate receives the most votes, they win. Hakeem Jeffries routinely received the most votes until Kevin McCarthy finally got enough Republicans to vote for him on what I think was the 12th or 13th ballot. And by the way, if it was the 13th, how fitting is that? He consistently got more votes than any of the others. But because it was not a plurality, Donald Trump wasn't elected by a plurality. Bill Clinton wasn't elected by a plurality. George W. Bush was not elected by a plurality either time. Seems to me Hakeem Jeffries should be Speaker of the House right now. The person who gets the most votes wins. But the House doesn't work that way. So it was a circus, and that's what Republicans have become. They are a circus. It is performance art. It is Goebbels' idea and ideal of the daily outrage. And that each day another outrage has to come out that's more ridiculous and louder and more crazy than the one before to keep the people distracted. That's where we are. That's what Republicans are now. In the time that they have been the majority, the Republicans have led votes to declare and decry the evils of socialism. And too many damn dumb Democrats got sucked into it. Because heaven forbid, they didn't want to be caught on the congressional record as having voted against a statement against socialism. They have voted to end the Biden legislation and initiative. Oh, why does that keep doing that? The Biden to cap insulin prices at $35. Republicans don't want that. They don't want insulin prices capped. They want you to die. Just want you to die quickly. They want you to go bankrupt paying for insulin. And then when you can't pay for it anymore, just die. So they wanted to end that too. Again, they had their first hearing on, this so-called weaponization of government. I mean, they just haven't done much. And they're not going to. They are now even talking about ending aid to Ukraine. Because Russia's not that bad. They're okay. They can just attack a sovereign nation and take it over. No problem. This is not serious. These are not people who are, as I mentioned before, Marjorie Taylor Greene and George Santos are co-sponsoring a national book ban. Lindsey Graham has talked about a national abortion ban. Ron DeSantis is now shopping his God, what would you call it? His cancellation. Interesting how they talk about cancel culture of teaching AP advanced placement Black history. He's now traveling across the country trying to expand that. This is not a serious political party. It's not a political party, period. And that's what the circus brought to DC. And that's what we're going to have to watch and be subjected to for 2 years. The only saving grace, I expect little or no meaningful legislation to come out of Congress for 2 years. The only saving grace is that the Democrats remained the majority in the Senate, so at least the judgeships across the country that need to be filled will be filled with actual judges, people who tried cases, actual officers of the court, not the 30-something novices that were thrown in there by the Trump regime. So, I mean, I don't even know. Kathleen mentions that the Republicans are doing a lot. It's just a lot of obstruction. No is not a platform. Being against everything is not really a platform in the traditional sense. But I understand exactly what you're getting at. And it's an excellent point, and I agree with it in the traditional sense. Oh, but I understand it to me. Sorry, gang. We're fighting the computer a little bit tonight. So I understand what you're saying, but no is not a platform. Kathleen also very correctly mentions that President Biden is actually by far outpacing any of his predecessors as far as appointments of federal judges all across the country. It is my hope. It certainly is not going to come out of this current House. But if I was in the House Democratic caucus, if I was on the Progressive caucus, I would introduce this anyway. I still continue to hope, because again, Article 3, Section 2 says that Congress shall have power to regulate the courts, that Congress will take up a bill to expand the Supreme Court to 15 justices and create the appropriate number of new federal districts. Federal government has not created a new federal court district since the late 1800s. There are 9. There should be 15. They are usually concurrent with the number of Supreme Court justices. The justices should be 15. Let President Biden appoint all of them. Let the Democrats pass on them. And Congress should expand the federal courts to 15 districts. So then there was Kevin McCarthy, a truly, truly feckless individual. Certainly no type of leadership. But he's now the speaker. I guess, it's interesting. Kristen and I had this discussion, and I'm not even sure what I think of my own argument. When children are young, they have a lot of different goals. They might want to be a public safety officer, like police or fire or EMS. They might want to be a zookeeper. They might want to be a teacher or an astronaut or an athlete. Kevin McCarthy is a very rare individual to me. I don't think there's a lot of people who, when they are born, say, I want to be Speaker of the House of Representatives. But apparently, from all of the history of McCarthy that I have read and or listened to and been informed about, well before he ever ran for his first term in the House, that's his goal. He wanted to be Speaker of the House. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. But kids usually want to be president or a great baseball player. They don't want to be, just it seems to me that Speaker of the House is a bit odd and random. Once you're in Congress and you actually begin to understand the day-to-day operation of the House of Representatives and realize just how powerful and meaningful the speakership is. Oh, look, 435 members of the House. I'd say at least 400 of them wouldn't mind being speaker. But to have that goal before you ever enter the chamber, to me, is strange. It's just different. It's strange. It's weird. I don't know that I can wrap my head around it. It's just very odd to me. But he got it. He sold his soul, did everything the billionaires told him to do, and now here he is. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. It's just different to me. Again, if he had been elected and after spending some time there, even in his first term, thinking, man, it would be really cool to be speaker, that would make all the sense in the world to me. But to have that kind of goal before you ever enter, I don't know, it just struck me as odd. Then again, he strikes me as odd. So, I don't know. So we had that. There was something else. Well, then there was the State of the Union. We talk a little bit about the State of the Union. I thought it was a masterful speech. I'm not always particularly enthralled with Joe Biden speaking, everywhere from what he says to how he says it. But I thought the State of the Union was masterful. And dare I say, historic. And for some of the reasons that you would expect me to highlight, for some of the reasons that everyone else has highlighted, but for some other reasons too, that no one that I have seen has highlighted. First off, the speech itself was just very well written. It was very well structured. And it contained some of the basics that we have become all too used to not hearing anymore. Truth, fact, honesty, not symbolism, not fake outrage, not conspiracies, not ad hominem attacks, not sometimes even blatant racism. None of it. He read his record. A record that is, and there really isn't argument for it, there really isn't, whether you like him or not, one of the most progressive since at least Lyndon Johnson and John Kennedy, arguably all the way back to the New Deal. He read his record. Record job growth, record investment, all of which paid for and lowered the deficit. And when he talked about lowering the deficit, Republicans sat on their hands because they don't give a shit about the deficit. They don't. Remember the two Santa Claus theory. They will spend and spend and spend when they are in power. And then the minute they're not, they scream about deficits and try to force, it's Jude Lewinsky's, and I always mispronounce his last name, so I hope it's either Wisniewski. I always say it wrong, so please forgive me. Forgive me, sir. Forgive me. It's his two Santa Claus theory. When Republicans are in power, they become Santa Claus. And they try to give the people everything they want, except they really don't. They make you think they're giving you everything you want. What they're really doing is giving it to billionaires and huge corporations. Then when they're out of power and they run up deficits and they spend money and literally print money like it's going out of style. And then when they're not in power, they scream about spending and try to force Democrats who actually do want to spend money and give things, put that money in the hands of actual people who will spend it and cycle it through an economy. We start screaming about deficits and try to force Democrats to kill Santa. It's the two Santa Claus theory. The 4 years of the Trump regime added more money to the national debt than any other administration. Nearly, not quite. Well, no, actually, I'm a little further away than I thought. I think it's at the end of when it's finally all calculated, it's $8.4 trillion, more than any administration before. They didn't mind it then because they gave the tax cuts to billionaires and big corporations. They changed your withholding table to make you think you got a tax cut until it was time to do your taxes. And then you realized you didn't get a tax cut. You just got your withholding changed. You still owed it because certainly billionaires weren't going to fill in for you. So he highlighted all of that. And the beautiful thing is, it was true. He didn't have to lie. He didn't have to make anything up. He didn't have to scapegoat groups in our greater society. All he had to do was tell the truth. And then that, of course, led to the most viral moment of all, where he, let's be blunt, suckered the Republicans into committing not to cut Social Security and Medicare. You all know the part of the speech. You've all seen it by now. Some Republicans have advocated for cutting Medicare and Social Security. All the Republicans on that side of the chamber went crazy, which is super ironic considering Mitch McConnell himself said that Rick Scott's plan would cut Medicare and Social Security. With Rick Scott in the chamber trying to somehow say that wasn't true when he printed and published and put online his agenda to cut Social Security and Medicare. You can't make it up. You can't make that level of stupidity up. But he did. It was right in his own plan. You can still find it. Rick Scott, of course, the former, because he was ousted rather quickly, chair of the Republican Senate Campaign Committee, who lost the Senate in a midterm election, or at least the Democrats held it. I'd like to think that they held it so much more than he lost it. But normally in midterm elections, the party of the sitting president doesn't do well. But yet Mr. Scott certainly couldn't help Republicans take the Senate. His plan before Election Day, which he wrote and was published, and that so many Republican senatorial candidates across the country adopted, was to sunset, quote unquote, sunset all federal legislation and programs. That all of it would have to be revisited and revoted on every 5 years. So essentially, government would cease being government and doing anything. I'm sure they would have carved out the military every 5 years. And all programs would have to be revoted on. I assume, by the strictest definition of what he was proposing, the EPA would have to be revoted on, Department of Energy, Department of Education, Department of Labor. Again, I'm sure the Department of Defense would have been carved out. They just get money ad infinitum. But he wanted to end and still wants to end Social Security and Medicare. Period. End it. Republicans used to want to cut it and reduce it and make the number of people who are eligible for it less and less and less. Now they've just come out and told you they just want to end it. And why? Because billionaires don't feel like paying for it. Period. They don't feel like paying for it. In addition, the Wall Street bankers want that money. They want the trillions of dollars that are in the Social Security Medicare Trust Fund, so they can invest it and play with it and earn commissions on it and fees and transaction fees. They'll lose it all, but there'll be a hell of a party on Wall Street while they do it. We said earlier when we were talking about the difference between social democratic countries who have actually advanced capitalism and a pure libertarian society. I don't want government running the banks or owning the banks. That's actually not true. I would support the reestablishment of a national bank. But I don't need government to run and own the banks. But I do need government to protect me from the banks. If Wall Street got its hand on the Social Security Trust Fund, it would be gone within a decade. They would all become billionaires in the process, but we would go back to senior citizens working till they die and eating out of trash cans. So there's that. And he called them out for that. He told the truth about it and backed them right into a corner and forced them on national and global television to stand up and say, okay, when he looked at them and said, okay, so we're in agreement. We don't want to cut Medicare and Social Security. And they had us to cheer for it. Well, you're on camera now. Then again, Republicans consistently forget about the idea of recording things, audio, video, etc. As soon as they get a chance, they'll cut it. Or at least they'll vote to cut it. And then all the networks will roll out their video of all the Republicans saying, oh, we're not going to cut that, we're not going to cut that, we're not going to cut that. So there was that. But he also called for a lot of common sense things in his State of the Union, things that you might disagree with. And guess what? That's fine. Disagreement and debate is good for a small d democratic society. It's good for democracy. He called for an assault weapons ban. You might not believe that. Okay, let's talk about it. But I think one of the most interesting things that came out of the State of the Union, and I think he did it the day after. And if it wasn't the exact day after, it was sometime, I think, in that week. Someone, look, you've seen the media scrum of when these House members and senators are walking through the halls from the chambers to their offices. Well, the scrum always seems to find Joe Manchin. And they asked him about Social Security and Medicare. How do we save it? And he said straight out of the gate, it's time to lift the cap. Millionaires and billionaires should be paying Social Security tax on all of their income, not just part. So I think my number is right. You pay Social Security tax on the first 142-ish thousand of income. And that means paycheck income, week to week, biweekly paycheck income. As a withdrawal, withholding from your pay. You pay Social Security tax on the first. It's up now, actually, to about 142,000. I might be wrong. It might be 143.5. It used to be 137, but I think I'm right that it's in the 142,000 range. But after that, you don't pay anything. So if you make $1 million a year, you still only pay on the first 142,000. You make $500 billion a year, you only pay on the first 142,000. So if you make $142,000 or less, you pay Social Security tax on 100% of your income. If you make $14.2 billion a year, you pay Social Security tax on 0.001 of your income. Does that sound fair to you? It's also why a flat tax would never work and is inherently unfair. So even Joe Manchin, the man who took the infrastructure bill from, I think what President Biden originally wanted was like $3 trillion and took it down to $1 trillion. The man who killed the $15 minimum wage, the man who has killed countless pieces of regulatory legislation over coal mines, because, oh, by the way, he makes his money from coal. Even he said there should be no cap on Social Security Medicare tax. None. And by the way, Senator Sanders has proven if you completely eliminate the tax, or the cap, sorry, if you completely eliminate the cap on the Social Security tax, Social Security will be solvent for a minimum of 70 years into the future. And Medicare. And in fact, that Social Security and Medicare could be expanded. And that in combination with an electronic stock transaction tax of literally 1/100%, eliminating the cap, that electronic stock transaction tax would fund health care for every man, woman, and child in the country under a Medicare for All system, and completely eliminating the private insurance industry. It's amazing what you can do when you make things fair. One of the things that is so exciting about good friends, close friends like Kathleen or Alex Dietrich, or any more of 100 others that Kristen and I have been blessed enough to come across in our political work. Folks who don't remember a country, or at least who weren't alive. Well, they wouldn't remember because they weren't alive. That makes sense, dummy. You should think about what you're saying. That weren't alive in a country before Reagan, have come to the conclusion on their own, through their own studies, through actually looking at history, that what is happening in this country is inherently unfair, that it's morally wrong. And if they don't know what the New Deal is, they know that that's the answer. And a good deal of them know that we can do this because we have before. The New Deal was the solution to the Republican Great Depression. New Deal style programs were the answer to the near second Republican Great Depression in 2008. New Deal style programs were the answer to COVID. We know what the answers are. We simply have to have the political will to re-institute them, re-implement them, period. You know, what's very interesting about this program could be 5 minutes a week, because at the end of the day, everything that we talk about here comes down to two things. That everything Republicans do eventually comes down to money and wealth for the people that own them and that the style of programming, the theory, the morals, the proven historical results of New Deal style programs are what make countries economically secure and stable, and that benefit the highest percentage of its citizens. Period. I could probably get on at 5 o'clock, say that for 5 minutes, and be done with you every single week. And there might be some of you who might be happy about that. So that's it. It's the truth. And that's the thing. Some of you out there might think to yourselves, well, that's your opinion. Yeah, to a point, it is partly my opinion. But also history bears it out. History shows that these programs work. That style of government works. Look at the wild, successfully social democratic governments of the Scandinavian and quote unquote lowland countries. Sweden, Finland, Denmark, the Netherlands, Belgium. These programs, Switzerland even for that matter, these programs work, period. They work. It was the New Deal that was instituted throughout Western Europe following World War II, when these countries had no functioning governments, when we helped these countries write new constitutions. Even, I'm going to forget the name of him now. Even the Germans before World War I. Was it Bismarck himself? I'm forgetting now. Who was Chancellor of Germany at that point? It might have been Bismarck himself, but it could be wrong. As late as the late 1800s, we're talking about instituting a national healthcare system. So we know what the answers are. Kathleen, let me see if I can click on this and see the rest of it. That would be helpful. A whole other, yeah. I don't know if it was Hindenburg. I wanted to say Hindenburg, and I'm not sure if I'm right. But even he talked about, Franz says it was Bismarck. Kathleen says it might have been Hindenburg. Those were the two names that were coming to my head. So I'm not sure. But even in the late 1800s, even he was talking about a national healthcare system. Kathleen writes, I would like to... Kathleen. There it is. Oh, my goodness, I can read. Oh, these glasses. Wait, this mic is going to break. I need to fix this mic before next week. Somebody remind me. Would like to discuss with you how we get there from here. How can we even hope for a return to Roosevelt-level social welfare reform? I wouldn't necessarily title it social welfare reform, but then again, the Constitution itself says to promote the general welfare. So, semantics, but I get you. How can we even hope for a return to Roosevelt-level social welfare reform when right-wing politics have poisoned our political system at every level, and there is no money on the left to combat this prolific astroturfing campaign? I do not agree that there is no money on the left. There is not the same level of money. Goodness knows, now I can't get my glasses off. I absolutely concede that there is not the same level of money, but that there is no money on the left, I think, is fundamentally incorrect. Again, I know I reference him a lot, maybe too much. Bernie Sanders has taught us that you can elect the president with grassroots donations. We all know, I'm not going to rehash it all, what happened in 2016 in the Democratic primary. When he ran again in 20, it wasn't the same kind of campaign, but it was all grassroots. He had plenty of money. He was bringing in record numbers, record amounts of money every reporting period. Right here in Pennsylvania, Senator Fetterman proved you can grassroots a senatorial campaign and never be wanting for money. So the fact that there is no money on the left, I think, is not exactly correct. And I might be splitting hairs and getting a little too semantical. That's not what I mean to do. But there's definitely not the same level. I've told this story before, and I remember, I think the last time I told the story was to Professor Chuck Panaccio, the last time I was graced enough to speak with him. Tom Hartman had the billionaire Tom Steyer on his program. And it was one of the most honest, dare I say, uncomfortable one of the most uncomfortable, I just got a weird message on my computer, sorry folks. One of the most uncomfortable interviews I ever heard, because it was when Steyer was running for the Democratic nomination to be president, which I think was 16. I think he was in that group. And Tom Hartman told him flat out through the course of the interview, there are two people that happen to like each other. Steyer used to visit him a lot more. I don't know the last time he was on the program, but he hasn't been there for a very long time. And Tom Hartman told him straight out, you know, Mr. Steyer, you're never going to be president. Let's just be honest. All the money you've spent, you haven't cracked 5% in the polls. You're not, I think it might have even been 3% at that point. You're really never going to be president. Why don't you take that money? If you believe in the issues and the policies and the policy solutions that you say you believe in, and I have every reason to believe that you are being genuine and sincere and that you do believe in these things. If you truly believe in them, the key to seeing them implemented is to push back on right-wing hate radio. At the time of the interview, Clear Channel was up for sale. It was, I think, somewhere in the neighborhood of 800 stations. And they only wanted about $500 million for it, because Clear Channel had declared bankruptcy for, I think, the third or fourth time. Venture capitalists would keep coming in, buying Clear Channel, selling off stations, make a ton of money, put the debt on the company, and then sell. And it's happened to Clear Channel repeatedly, I think as many as 4 different times. So at the time of the interview, Tom Hartman said, you're never going to be president. We know you're never going to be president. Why don't you take a fraction of the money that you are willing to spend, buy these stations, put progressive hosts on, and start pushing back against right-wing hate radio and the people who are being convinced of it every single day. Because whatever you thought of Air America worked. It worked. Air America was at its peak when the Democrats took back both houses of Congress when George W. Bush was president. So that would have been 2006, if I'm remembering correctly. And I'm going from memory. So if somebody wants to correct me, they're welcome to do so. So it's proven that when we can get our message out, people will listen. You know, I tell would-be advertisers, and you can, wrong, there we go. I tell would-be advertisers all the time that Democrats buy things too. So don't be afraid to advertise in the program. Democrats buy things too. Anyway, that said, and Tom Steyer said, I don't want to be in the radio business. Now, perhaps an answer like that actually kind of destroys my argument and Hartman's argument that Tom Steyer is a sincere person who wants to see change, because he doesn't want to be in the radio business, even though radio business could, would, will push back and advocate for the issues that he believes in. And I do believe he's sincere about his belief in those issues. I do. But he doesn't want to be in a radio business. Well, then do you really want to see these issues solved? That message has to get out. That not only do we believe that we have the answers to every modern day ill, not only do we believe that we're the right people to implement them, but the rest of the story, that we've done this before, that it's all worked before. The answers to every modern day problem are in our own history. We simply need the stones to implement them. It's why I started doing this. I'm blessed that I've had agreeable, understanding, and supportive partners that allowed me to spend all the money I did for all the tech in this room. I'm blessed to have a friend like April Riddick who said, you need to be doing this on the radio and all over these social media platforms. I'm blessed to have as many as 250,000 people around the globe listening. Very blessed. But I shouldn't be the only one. I'm not the only one. You know how much I talk about Tom Hartman, and there's the Progressive Voices channel on Sirius XM. Progressive Voices also has an app. But a series, a string, a national chain of left-leaning progressive radio stations across the country don't exist. There are certain hosts on certain times of day here and there. WCPT in Chicago jumps out as a progressive station. I think there was one in Portland. The call letters I don't know at the moment. I think there's one in Seattle. That's about it. Then you have individual hosts here and there. Oh, well, Sirius XM, like I just said, is 24/7. And the Progressive Voices app is 24/7. But commercial terrestrial radio, I can only think of 3. There are over 1,500 right-wing hate radio stations that are 24/7. There are now over 500 Spanish language only right-wing hate radio stations. And oh, by the way, why are we seeing the increase in Hispanic, Latino, insert proper term here because I always get them wrong, people of Spanish descent? Why are there increasing number of them voting Republican? Because they're being subjected to right-wing hate radio 24/7 in their own language. It makes the lies so much easier to understand. So we can do this. We can. We simply have to have the will to want to. And quite frankly, I think President Biden has reminded us. I don't think he's taught us anything. I think he's reminded the country that these programs work and that they're popular. Because we knew that. Again, Senator Sanders has done this before. When you take all of Bernie's platform, you remove his name from it, and you remove party affiliations from it, some of the issues that he advocates for pull into the 90s percentile. Just a simple question, should the rich pay more taxes, pulls in the upper 80s in percentiles. When you remove the party affiliations from it, because so much of our population, of our society, of our friends and neighbors, of our families have been poisoned by this constant propaganda and this misinformation. That they actually think what's good for the billionaires is good for them. Even though they'll go through that same list of 10 of Bernie's platform planks, never see Bernie's name, never see the Democratic Party affiliated to it, and go, yeah, I can go for that. I can go for that. I can go for that. At the same time, listening to a radio station and watching a news channel that tells them it's not good for them. And then going out and voting for whom they're told to vote for. If we get the message out, we change minds. Period, period, period. Now, the Democratic Party and Democratic candidates and state parties are always internally and at large are always hammered. It's become a throwaway line now, I think. Democrats suck at messaging. Yeah, probably. More so, I think the messaging, our messaging, truth is not always convenient. Truth does not always fit on a bumper sticker. We haven't had a left-leaning donor, which actually does go to she doesn't need me to validate her, which actually goes to prove Kathleen's point. We haven't had a left-wing bumper sticker company start pumping out bumper stickers that say AR-15s kill. Trans people are not a threat. Asylum seekers deserve protection. Right? We haven't pumped out these things. But when we are able to truly define the problem and have extended conversations with individuals, we will win them over. People's attention spans are too small and too short. This is exactly part of the Reaganism and Republican design. When you spend so much of your life energy, so much of your waking hours just trying to figure out how you're going to pay the bills, you don't have time to hear anything else. When families are legitimately, honestly, every single day faced with decisions, do I buy bread or insulin? Come on, little Johnny, let's drive to McDonald's and use the Wi-Fi so you can do your homework. Do I stay home from work because I'm so sick, I'm coughing up blood, I have nosebleeds, or do I just take myself up and go to work because I can't afford to miss 8 hours? When 60% of the population, Senator Sanders actually tells us it's up to 70%, when 60% of our friends and neighbors in the American public cannot absorb a $1,000 emergency, I can't, by the way. When 40% can't absorb a $400 emergency. It's hard to sit down and hear an extended Democratic message or set of platform planks, which is exactly why radio works. You put it on in the background, it sinks in. Right-wing hate radio is not successful because people turn on the radio like they did in the 20s and 30s and 40s and into the 50s and stare at it and listen to every damn word. It's because it's on in the background. It's constantly finding its way in. And if you're at your desk and you have a radio, or if you're lucky enough to have a radio at your desk or allowed to have a radio at your desk, or if you have an earbud in, and even if you're not actively listening and concentrating on every single word, something will pick up your attention, a change in voice, a phone caller, an argument, and then you do pay attention and you get a message. And then when that same message is given to you 24/7, 365, eventually it sinks in. And that's what we see. We see that in the changing demographics, voting patterns of the Latino community. Governor Shapiro's diversity officer spoke to the Bethlehem City Democratic Committee this past Monday, a week ago tomorrow. I asked him about the 500 plus Spanish language hate radio stations. He said that Latinos are about 1/3 and 2/3. A 2/3 identifying and voting Democratic, and a full third of them identifying and voting Republican. It didn't used to be that way. As little as 20 years ago, it was 75-25. Radio works. TV works. And by the way, to my Republican friends, and yes, I do have some, and yes, by the way, more than you would ever think, listen to this program. The text messages that came out this week from Fox News, the text thread between Laura Ingraham, because that's actually how you do say it. For some reason, she doesn't like it, so I do it. Hannity and Tucker Carlson and Lou Dobbs, of all people, of them texting each other saying, what's happening here January 6th is a travesty. It's terrible. It's against the law, all this stuff. The big lie is a lie. We have to stop. And then going on the air and promoting it. Shows you just how fake it all is. They know they're lying, but they're getting rich doing it. There's the meme that was very popular for a while, and it actually lasted for an extended period of time. Fox News, billionaires paying multimillionaires to tell the middle class that the poor is coming to get you. And you could interchange the term poor with people of color, trans people, gay people. That's what Fox is. This text thread, the release of this text thread, shows that the most popular hosts on the channel know they are lying. They know it every single day, that they are lying to you. They're not mistruthing you. They're not skirting their truth. They're not obfuscating. They're lying to you. They're lying. They are lying to you. Outright lying to your face every single time they draw breath. Why? Because they're getting rich doing it. They don't care what it does to the country. They don't care what it does to you, your family, your neighborhood, your town. They don't care that they have weaponized about 30% of the American population, so that if I had a don't tread on me guy across the street, he would kill me before ever having a conversation. They don't care because the money rolls in. This is how I started the program. We have to take these arguments to the logical conclusion and to the honest conclusion. Do these Republican influencers and Fox News hosts and think tanks and all that, do they give a crap if a drag queen reads a book at a library? At the end of the day, no, they really don't. I know the religious zealots do. That's a whole different thing. I know the American Taliban does. That's a different. Does David Koch really care if the Hellertown Library has drag story time? They don't. They don't. But what they do know is that they can use that issue to drive people to the polls, to vote for the quote unquote lawmakers that they own so that they can get their taxes cut. That's it. If Peter Thiel has to give George Santos $1 million to get him elected, so he gets a tax cut back that's worth $1 billion, that's a hell of an investment. I would take that kind of return anytime. If Jeffrey Yass purchases Jarrett Coleman to be the senator in the PA district right next to me, and then Yass gets a tax break worth even 100 million, and he only spent 1 million, that's 99 million left over. I'm pretty damn ahead of the game. That's a great investment. And by the way, that's exactly what he did. Purchased himself a PA senator. It's money. It's money. It's always money. I lived in the New York market, in New Jersey, but in the New York market for 20 plus years. We all knew who the hell Trump was. When you hear a New Yorker say, great to see the rest of you in the country join us, because we always knew this what this guy was about. But he would go on local television because he was threatening to run for president since the 80s. When same-sex marriage became an issue. I remember him being on the local news saying, why do we care about this? If they want to get married, get married. Who cares? Gay adoption. Who cares? We're giving homes to children. Why is this an issue? He was always socially liberal. But he was a rich man who didn't want to pay taxes. So he spread out money to candidates from both parties, everyone that would take money from him, because he just didn't want to pay taxes. And as the release of some of his tax records show you, he didn't pay taxes. It's all about money. So why did he suddenly become this member, some would say even leader of the American Taliban? Why did he become this so-called champion for religious rights and anti-abortion? Because he knew people would vote for him for doing it. You honestly think a man who's paid for abortions in his life is laying at night going, oh, I can't wait till I can end abortion? You think he's taken the knee in a Catholic in St. Patrick's in Manhattan saying, I promise, Father, I will end this? He doesn't care. But it's good for votes. Keeps the money rolling in. We really do need to think about it that way. It's not saying that the American Taliban is not a threat. Of course they are. It's not saying that they're not nuts. Of course they are. They're as anti-Christian as anyone who ever could consider themselves Christian could be. And the people that they have weaponized are genuinely dangerous. I get all that. I'm not saying we should ignore it. I'm simply saying that we have to be truthful with ourselves so that we can then be truthful with these folks. We know why you're doing this. You don't genuinely hate trans people. They're an easy and convenient scapegoat. So you can get to office and cut rich people's taxes or hand them no bid contracts or privatized systems, whatever it might be. That's it. It doesn't diminish the trials and tribulations and abuses, flat out abuses, and death threats and everything else that the trans community, the Latino community, the Black community, it doesn't reduce any of them. But we do need to see why it's happening. Money. Money and power, power and money. Money, 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 and more money. When we realize that the billionaire class, that the top 1% of this country has decided, made a conscious decision that arming these people, radicalizing them, weaponizing them, and ending democracy is what they want to keep the money rolling in. That keeping the money rolling in is the sole being of their existence. That they have made a conscious decision that democracy itself is no longer convenient. Record global Let me change those words. Global record profits for the big six oil companies, for health insurance companies. I shouldn't even call them that. Record profits for the prison industry, for the charter school industry, just the general whole private education industry. The airline industry is having record profits. Norfolk Southern was having record profits. Did they put any of that money into safety, the way Randall mentioned in his earlier call? No, they did stock buybacks. As they depressed wages, laid people off, they did stock buybacks. It's money. These people that run these companies. I don't ever think Elon Musk was Tony Stark. I don't ever think he was a progressive hero the way some people did when he was younger. His purchase and subsequent management of Twitter has shown us that he has made the conscious decision that democracy is not convenient. Here's a man who has made a conscious decision that personal wealth of $200+ billion is not enough. I want the rest of it. Amazon crushing tens of thousands of small businesses across this country is not enough. Now they want to crush Walmart. And Walmart is trying to fight back at the same time that Walmart is crushing thousands of small businesses across this country. Money, 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 and money. Only a handful of people want to have all of it. And if you are not either making it for them or they can't steal yours, then you should die. Just the way Randall said. We don't want to pay for Social Security. They're retired people. We're taking an ever minutely piece of our wealth and giving it to them so they can sit home and do nothing. I got a better idea. Why don't we not pay into that and then they can die? Just so they can hoard more and more money. It's psychopathic. It's an illness. And I don't feel sorry for them. But geez, it's an illness. It has to be at this point. It's almost the only way you can explain it. I'm going to go till about 8 p.m. Eastern unless someone else rings this phone and keeps me talking. It's 7:49 Eastern Time, hot101.net, TCP Media Group, Ghost Claw Productions, the Pennsylvania Progressive Democratic Caucus, and of course, our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. If you have missed any of our Welcome Back program, or at least I hope you're saying welcome back, you will be able to find it later in the week on our YouTube channel, also called That Other Side of Information, when George converts the program. We're very, very sorry that George could not be with us tonight. He is taking care of family. No man takes care of family as much as George and his wife take care of each other. It's amazing. It's truly, truly amazing what they do to take care of their own family, their elderly family. It's amazing. So he is doing that. So George sends his regrets. Is my sincere hope that he will be back with us next week. I did an Instagram promo for this show. If it's snowing where you are, that's why. If it's 90 degrees out and snowing, that's why. I remember to do a TikTok. Both of those are That Other Side of Information. You can find me. I think that's the same thing for TikTok. Yeah, That Other Side of Information. I was cheating, looking at my sheet. That Other Side of Information. I actually did a TikTok. My God in heaven. That's probably how Kathleen found out, because I think I sent it to her. And I took that TikTok and I actually had the brains to send it to Instagram. My goodness, what is happening to me? Oh, becoming a millennial. Not really. I'm just kidding about that. Not really becoming a millennial. Entirely too old. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. I will sit here for at least 10 more minutes unless someone calls and makes me talk to you longer. And I'm not sure if you want that, but I will. Again, remember, 9 p.m. Eastern time, 9 p.m. Eastern time is The Villain's View. Sergeant Mac as your host and his entire crew. They come your way at 9 p.m. Eastern time, 8 p.m. Central, 6 Pacific on hot101.net and hear that other side of information and Ghost Claw Productions. It comes up right after us. 267-227-9189. Also wanted to mention I think we missed the window to see the green comet. You may have heard about the green comet. You know I love astronomy. If you are able to still see it, I believe it is a bit too distant now. It is no longer recognizable to the naked eye, but if you have a really good pair of binoculars, a good telescope, please have a look. It's really cool. I think I missed it. When it was at its closest and most easily visible to the naked eye, it was cloudy here in the Lehigh Valley for like a 3-week stretch. I mean, it was just cloudy. So I think we missed it. But please, if you can, look at it. It's just neat. It's the cosmos. It's astronomy. Everything is in motion. All of human history, if the history of the known universe was put into a 12-month calendar, the first second of January 1st being the Big Bang, the summation of human history is the last and remaining 1/1000th of a second on December 31st. We are nothing in the grand scheme of the universe. And I do think sometime, hell, in the grand scheme of this galaxy, there are as many stars in the Milky Way galaxy, estimated, of course, there's no way to completely count them. There are as many stars in the Milky Way galaxy as there are grains of sand on Earth. There are as many galaxies in the known universe as there are grains of sand on this Earth. We are very, very small in the grand scheme of things. Very small. And I think sometimes when we just take a breath and we go outside and we look up at the stars and we just kind of take it in, that it is a very powerful mental reset that happens when you realize just how small you are. I think it does two things. And those two things are sometimes contradictory. What it does is when you go outside and you really look up at the stars and try to find a place with no light pollution. There was actually an article in The Guardian not long ago that the light pollution in London has become so bad that you can almost see no stars at night, no matter how clear the sky is. So find a really dark spot, look up and look at the stars. It will do, I think, two things for you. And again, you could make an excellent argument that these two things are contradictory. That you will realize just how completely small you are in comparison to the rest of what's even just visible in front of you, let alone the entirety of the Milky Way galaxy or the universe. I tend to usually try to keep my thoughts to the galaxy. I think it's a Star Trek kind of thing because they never got outside of the galaxy. It all takes place inside the Milky Way galaxy. But so it will remind you, I think, of just how small you are. And perhaps and hopefully remind you that the small things in life, I forgot to get gas in the car. I have a flat tire. Geez, I'm really, really hungry for a burger but all I have in the fridge is chicken. Or, I bought those shoes and gosh, they're really not that comfortable. That these small things are really exactly that, small things. But what I hope it also does is inspire that the big problems can be solved. The sheer mathematics alone tells us that countless civilizations, more advanced than ours, have faced the problems that we have faced. Global inequity, starvation, wealth inequality, poisoning of the environment. There are civilizations scattered throughout this galaxy, who have come and gone. Civilizations who never solved the problem. Nuclear conflict, marginalization of populations. There are in a 14.5 billion year lifespan of the known galaxy and universe, because the galaxy, the Milky Way, formed not too much longer after the Big Bang, only a few 100 million years. In a 14 billion year history of the Milky Way galaxy, countless civilizations have come and gone. Some probably never got past the Stone Age, and some traveled this galaxy from end to end. And the thought of that as you stare up at the stars, because the sheer math of it alone tells you that it's happened. We can do the same thing. We can be the civilization that's in Star Trek. We can. We can eliminate money. We can do things simply for the idea of doing them. We can advance ourselves simply because we want to advance ourselves. We can do these things. So we can do this. I hope that if you just take a couple of minutes, if the weather is good, get away from the TV, get away from the computer, get away from whatever, that really, really big bag of crisps, and go outside and look up and think to yourself, we can solve these things. Some of these things are painfully small, and the big things we can solve. 610, somebody's got a PA area code. 610, first name and where are you calling from?
I'm actually calling from Asheville, North Carolina.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I kept my Pennsylvania number because, you can take the girl out of
That's true.
NEPA, but you can't take the NEPA out of the girl.
The red Republic of North Carolina, with with a little bit of Blue Island every now and then.
Yeah, well, I'm actually in the Berkeley of the Carolinas, as it's been called in the past, Asheville, the greater Asheville metro area in Buncombe County. However, despite being one of the larger blue areas in North Carolina, last session's congressman that represented this area was actually Madison Cawthorn, which kind of goes to show, on a state level, what we're working with down here in terms of trying to get any traction going. After Sherry Beasley actually lost down here in the last election cycle, the state Democratic Party actually laid off the entire full-time staff responsible for training people in state and local politics and campaigning and races in this part of the state. And when I spoke to the state party leadership in those areas, they were just totally despondent and directionless for where to go from here, as far as trying to get their message out and work against the gerrymandering and the sheer amount of inertia that has been amassed by the GOP in a lot of parts of the country. because there were these decades during which they were the ones who were really pouring all this effort and money into things like the Heritage Foundation and other things like our current activist Supreme Court, the ones that are on the bench right now. And when I speak to the young people that I work with now, like on a daily basis, 18 to 21-year-olds, the Gen Z, it's hard to even know what to tell them to do because they're not exactly inspired by the gerontocracy that we currently have going on. And anytime that, the national politics tend to speak towards the younger population, it usually is met with a lot of popular support, but also at the same time, it doesn't really end up getting anywhere. I mean, look at what happened with student loan forgiveness.
This might be a really, really big stretch to try to find some positive, because it ended up being the Republican nominee that won Cawthorn's district. Am I correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
But as I recall from the news reporting of the time, that gentleman is at least at a minimum not nuts.
He is better than Cawthorn. As low a bar as that is, he clears it.
Well, it is a very low bar, but my recollection of the reporting at the time was that the gentleman was more of a, pick wisely, more of a, not
less
even
of a firebrand, I guess you could say.
Yeah, but not even I wouldn't say an Eisenhower Republican, but more of a modern, maybe a McCain, Susan Collins type.
True.
It actually gives me a tiny bit of hope that there is still a lane for sanity in republicanism. Now, to be honest, I'm with you. In that district, I'm sure it's gerrymandered beyond my wildest dreams, but as destructive and toxic and revolting a personality as Cawthorn was, he should have drugged the party with it, and you would have hoped that there would have been a lane for the Democratic nominee. Geez, what a shock. She didn't get enough backup from the DCCC and money from local parties, et cetera, et cetera. But again, I guess maybe in some of my better moments, perhaps when I'm more caffeinated, I will at least try to find some hope out of it. And at least if the gentleman who did win, while I'm sure he's a corporate Republican like all the rest of them, if the best we can come up with is that he doesn't think that Democrats should be shot on sight, maybe that's something. I don't know what you
it is a rather small silver lining, but a silver lining nonetheless.
There's no question about it. So when you talk to your staff and they say, well, you heard me rant earlier that I think one of the remarkable things about the youth of this country is that they are having what I believe is a massive political awakening. We saw the numbers of first-time voters, young voters, the 18 to 25s that voted in the most recent midterms, and it is my prayer that they will vote in the odd year election here in the Commonwealth. With that said, well, let me ask you, why do you think they're so activated now?
I mean, to be fair, I would say that my generation, millennials, were also activated in the 2008 election. I mean, we were the part of partially what propelled Obama through the primary and the general. But then, the realities of the, difficulties working within the system that we have kind of took root, and we saw it sort of fade away again. And so I want to be able to offer advice that doesn't follow down that same path, but so much of it seems to be actual institutional barriers and financial barriers. There are a few people on the left that are actually, there are some people who are like video game streamers on Twitch that are left-wing political streamers as well, that have actually been putting money into grassroots canvassing efforts and, hiring political consultants on the left to like go out and do some of the work in these places, which is awesome. But I don't think it can really compare to something like the power of the Heritage Foundation or a lot of other, right-wing legal policy organizations, to give an example. Like, I think part of that is because the left is more of a coalition in terms of, what we surround ourselves with policy-wise. Like, I think if anything, the GOP has kind of proven that they don't really even need an ideology in order to maintain like in lockstep. As funny as, the whole speaker vote was and everything, in the end, everyone ended up just doing the vote anyway in less time than it took the Democrats to do a lot of the, Senate debates around passing legislation for the past 2 years. So like,
Well, we all know that.
Found it funny. I don't see it being something that is necessarily indicative of right-wing fractionalism. I think if anything, tactically, what we should focus on is trying to encourage that among the GOP, rather than trying to threaten our own intersectional coalition that makes up the left side of the aisle. But for some reason, a lot of times online, left-leaning people politically end up fighting with one another about smaller things rather than trying to actually tackle these large, seemingly insurmountable issues because they're tough.
Well, I also think part of it is because we happen to think what a wild idea. We happen to think about things, and I think debate comes from thinking. The stereotype and the all too oft used Democrats fall in love and Republicans fall in line. It's because it's true. We do and they do, which is why, it's why a John McCain was so valuable, because he did stand up against the crazy. And it would be nice if that side could be dissected the way they have so brilliantly dissected us. And even more so dissected us, because I actually think the Democratic Party is way more unified than the media likes to think that it is. Look at the turmoil in the Republicans already as people start to announce they're running for president in 2 years. That division that's already starting to grow. But that said, that stereotype is true for a reason, because we fall in love, they fall in line. And, even McConnell himself said this week that he doesn't want Trump to be the nominee, thinks it's time for the party to move on for him, thinks he's a destructive force, responsible for January 6th, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, but if he's the nominee, I'll vote for him. They'd vote, Ralph Reed would vote for Satan himself if he had an R. So I kind of understand where you're coming. How do you explain, though? How do we accentuate the positive? I think you heard me talk earlier about how we don't make the bumper stickers. Asylum seekers are not dangerous. Poor people aren't coming for you. AR-15s kill. Billionaires are not your friends. Like, we could make bumper stickers, but there's nuance. There are gray areas. It's one of the strengths of Republican messaging is that they've taken the gray area out. You're either right or wrong, yes or no, white or black, rich or poor, with us or against us. Democrats just simply aren't that way. It's not, I don't think it's built into who we are. So how, if some of your staff comes and they are despondent, and what do we do next? And what do you tell them? What's the positive spin, if there is one?
I mean, from experience, I've often just sort of given, it's always darkest before the dawn type, like Aragorn type speech, just trying to, build on the idea that like things are really dark right now, but it can only get worse unless we have to actually do something about it. And that's maybe not the most motivating kind of a statement, but I mean, I think that we've gotten to where we are politically in this country because nobody, since Jimmy Carter, ironically enough, bring it full circle here, was willing to tell the American people, like, no, we have to do this thing you don't like. And ever since Jimmy Carter learned very, harshly in the election that followed that the American people didn't like being told things they didn't want to hear, that we've kind of had this devolution where, we don't want to actually engage with our own politics at a level that is necessary in order to have a thriving and strong bureaucracy and economy as a whole.
How about the simple thought that, now again, the numbers defy what I'm going to say. But I especially heard after the Dobbs decision, the Roe decision, or the anti-Roe decision, reversal of Roe decision, that there was a large might not be the right word, a measurable, a measurable series, number of folks who said, you know what, I worked, I protested, I knocked doors, I did mailers, I made phone calls, I voted, no pun intended, religiously, and this still happened. I'm out, I'm done. But how about the simple argument that what was ever gained by not being engaged and not voting?
Yeah, like, if you want to disengage from the system, you're basically just conceding the point. And I will say that, the reversal of Roe versus Wade, at least among the youngest demographics of voters in America, has certainly become something that is a much more coherent rallying point than has been available, I think, in like left-wing politics in this country in a long time. It's just kind of a shame what had to happen in order to have that sort of a rallying point. How far the backsliding has to go before, there's really examination and reckoning and hopefully some electoral consequences. I think what concerns me the most is that, among voters, according to I think it was Pew that did the polling, the reversal of Roe is only the biggest issue in politics for the youngest generation, like the youngest cohorts of 18 to 34-year-olds. And then as, the age gets older, it becomes less and less of a, considered the highest stakes issue by left-wing voters, which I thought was interesting because you would think that people who already had to fight for this once would hold it in a little higher esteem, but.
Well, exactly. I would, that is, I don't want to say it's shocking or disturbing, but it's curious at a minimum. It's curious at a minimum because it seems to me that you're missing the greater point of what this slope is, that this is only the beginning. We've seen now, again, Lindsey Graham put out the national abortion ban. Marjorie Taylor Greene wants to go after contraception and certainly God knows the abortion pill. They've also, she and George Santos have also sponsored a book ban, a national book ban patterned off of DeSantis's book bans in Florida and the ones in Missouri and Mississippi, Alabama, the Confederacy. Let's just be blunt about it. And you're in a Confederate state. And you know, the fact that we, you know, 100 and something, 117, I think it was, 13 to 16-year-olds were found working in 10 different meat packing plants in 10 different 11 plants in 11 different states.
Arkansas is currently trying to pass a bill that would make it legal for 13 to 17-year-olds to work in all kinds of dangerous
Yes.
industries
so
that they've been banned from since, you know, the advent of modern labor law.
And so is Missouri. Yes. Yes, exactly. And let's, you know, there's child labor here in Pennsylvania too. And you have these kids, kids that are working on farms, the ones that aren't poisoned from fracking. But that said, so what is the? I'm not a fan of generalizations. I use them too much. I'm guilty of that. I'm not a fan of generalizations. One generalization I have used for youth voters is their impatience, because I think it has some grounding in fact. And I take that from the discussions that I've had, the people I've met in my not 9-to-5 work, of, you know, college, university Democrats, or even younger. January 20th, 2021. President Biden's sworn in. Well, he's been president for an hour and not everything's fixed. I'm out. Well, we didn't get here in 5 minutes. We're not going to get out of it in 5 minutes. Do you see that in the folks that you work with, that this change is not coming fast enough?
Yes, but I would almost say that it's not even just the youngest generation's kind of view. I would say that there's a lot of people in my generation, the millennial generation, that kind of were just, you know, we suffered through watching the gridlock of the entire Obama administration and the kinds of like hijinks that were pulled. Well, meanwhile, we were told that they go low, we go high, and we patiently went high while they went low. And then, you know, here we are later with, you know, an activist, super conservative Supreme Court, and you know, losing actual rights that have been fought for, like in, you know, social movements of the 20th century. And I think that we're sort of like, okay, well, how patient should we be? Like, you know, there's a level of patience that was asked of Martin Luther King that wasn't exactly adhered to by him or the rest of the people that were fighting in the civil rights marches of the 50s and 60s. Like, at what point is, you know, at what point is it ridiculous for Biden to consider himself a pro-labor president and then simultaneously say, like, oh no, you're not allowed to strike as an industry because God forbid we get bad press about the supply chain right before Christmas? Like, you know, it's a level of cynicism and playing the middle that is difficult to see any end game in for a lot of people.
I think people that saw the rail situation as a legitimate issue, well, I shouldn't say, almost makes it sound like it's not a legitimate issue, but who see that as a very high priority issue, I can understand that argument. How about the throwing out the baby with the bathwater argument? That they might be really, really ticked at him for that. And if they feel that way, God bless them. They're allowed to feel any way they wish. Compared with the CARES Act, the infrastructure bill, $400 billion in environmental investments, capping insulin at $35. Are we throwing out the baby with the bathwater because we're not happy about the rail? Or we're not happy
I would
that...
say that like them showing up and voting blue in the sheer numbers they have kind of shows that we're still, at least at this juncture, at a point where, you know, both millennials and Gen Z are willing to sort of continue with the middle of the road option because we're all still too traumatized by the previous administration to like
Mhm.
take our chances, but with like, you know, any other kind of solution there. But I think that kind of conservative playing to the chest can also come back to bite us if, you know, we don't rapidly replace our extremely aged, you know, national political leaders with people who, you know, are at least, you know, maybe around the average age of the American voter and not double it instead.
I don't disagree with that. Actually, I do think it is and it's indirectly an argument for term limits. That, you know, Kristen and I were just talking about this last night at dinner. And I remember the last time that Strom Thurmond ran for election. The long time, long time. And I mean properly long time. Senator from South Carolina, man who was an avowed racist, but had several mistresses and children with those mistresses of color. He ran
even back then, every accusation was a projection.
Yeah, he ran for his last term. I have to admit, I do not remember which year it was, but he was 96 when he ran again. And the reason, so the media was going to, they found this a very odd, he couldn't campaign because he was too old. He ran ads and all that fun stuff, but he wasn't out actually campaigning. And he was leading the polls in a runaway. And the Democratic challenger was out there saying, look, the man is he's properly incapable of doing his job. And whether you love him, hate him, agree with him, disagree with him, at the very minimum, we need somebody who can do the job. And actually ran a very civil campaign. So the media went to South Carolina, asked, you know, the quote, did their man on the street type interviews, and why are you supporting him? Well, we're afraid he's going to die if he's not in office. Well, ma'am, he's 96. He's going to die anyway. We all do. Well, we just think he'll die if he's not in office, and we don't want to see that happen. I mean, Republicans fall in line. But we, you know, eventually got newer people. 96. You know, I find it interesting that the age argument is so partisan and politically convenient that, you know, it was awesome. Strom Thurmond was 96.
Well, I mean, like,
and
you
99.
can look at Turning Point USA and Charlie Kirk to see how effectively the right is at courting Gen Z, and the answer is not at all. Like, you know, so I think it's just more of a case of when you have all the young people in your party, you start to hear young people are like complaints.
See, when we as a group talk about bad Democratic messaging, I'm not sure that there's a better example of that than Charlie Kirk. Because here's a man who is so obviously not, I don't think genuinely interested in what he does. I'm not so sure he even believes a lot of it, but he knows he can make a boatload of money on it.
Yeah, he's on that side of the right-wing discourse that is more grifter than true believer.
Spot on. And I'd like to think that a growing number of Americans are coming to that same conclusion, that same realization. Maybe I'm overly optimistic yet again, which is very rare for me.
I mean,
I'm not sure where that's
considering
coming
that
from.
he just is currently helping Bolsonaro commit visa fraud to avoid extradition back to Brazil after the expiration of his diplomatic passport, we have not heard the last of him by a long shot, I'm sure.
Oh no, and I think I'd like to think that there's a growing number, even if it's only, less than 10 fingers full of people a day. And in a nation of 330 million, that's, that means that change comes painfully slow. That are realizing that the Charlie Kirks, the Sean Hannitys, by the way, the Ben Shapiros of the world, really believe so much of what they're talking about. It's just profitable. And I'm surprised and really, really disappointed. You knew it wouldn't be on Fox, but the text thread story, where all the hosts are like, this is terrible, this has to stop, this big lie's a lie, we have to, knowing full well what they were doing and yet doing it anyway because it's profitable. This should be one of the biggest stories in the country. It really should be. And the fact that it's not, I just find it's disappointing. And it explains and informs and lays bare the weakness of the media generally. Because I think it was I think it was Salon that broke it. So there are places that are doing legitimate news, but if you don't go to Salon, it's the thing about the internet. Some of this stuff will proliferate, and candidates will always come to me and say, well, how do I use social media? And other committees will be, well, we have to get our word out through social media. Well, I think we sometimes have to remember with social media, I'm really dragging off in a different direction here, aren't I? That a lot of social media only gets seen by the people who are already subscribed to you. Right? So yeah. I can put out this show. That's why I encourage people. So I beg people to share it so more and more people will see it. And the first 103 that I did, I now see it's been out 110. So there's 7 more than when I started the show. But I can put as many shows, I can put as much live content on that other side of information as I want. But if you're not a member, you're not seeing it. Mm-hmm. So Salon breaks this really earth-shattering or media world political shattering story. A couple places, Joy Reid did a small spot on it. But if you don't go to Salon every day, you don't, and I think it's Salon, I hope I have that right, you don't see it.
Oh, yeah. And that's like the beauty of the apparatus that they have built, at least at a national media level, is that, they don't even have to worry about defending themselves against other opinions because they've cornered their own market. And the advent of social media and, the replacement of middle of the road factual, like newskeeping a la Cronkite, that's the way it is with, people who can literally go on the stand in court and say like, well, no reasonable person would actually think that like what I'm saying is, considered a news thing and not an opinion thing. And then they still maintain the largest audience in the news segment in America. Like, it's a level of doublethink that has been there for a while, I think.
And how that wasn't a huge story, even.
Yeah, exactly. He still kept the most popular cable news show in the country, like after basically admitting that he wasn't news.
You're working with young people every day. Where's the hope? What's the good news?
I mean, the really good news is that, this youngest generation is like very much resilient about certain things. They, have been digital natives their whole lives and are often much better at being able to tell what is and isn't disinformation online than their, elder parent generations and grandparent generations can. And I think that means that the sort of disinformation wave that has saturated, American political discourse in social media will eventually sort of like dissipate, at least its current iteration. The only problem is that because of the nature of social media and because, like you were talking about with your show and the way that it's distributed, all of the people who are already in those conspiracies, like QAnon especially, has become very much prolific. They're only talking to each other at this point. There's large swaths of like the far right that consider Fox News to be too liberal at this point. These are like the people who.
Let's remember the media group.
Yeah.
That started because it's now on our cable system, which I didn't realize till a couple of days ago. It's probably been there for a long time, and I just didn't really notice it. But it's there. The Murdoch's media group, who actually started a weather channel. If you don't have it on your cable, folks, God bless you. But have a peek. There is now the Fox Weather Channel because they're upset that the Weather Channel has made as a part of its corporate mission statement that they will report on and acknowledge the effects of global climate disruption on the weather. And so, of course, in the right-wing sphere, we can't have that. So they made a whole separate weather channel. I mean, I find that I'm not saying that should be some huge story, but the efforts to which that they're willing to keep their
I think it
sheep
shows the
in the
amount
dark.
of effort and just money that they are willing to throw at these things in order to get their way in the discourse.
And I do take that to heart, that the overwhelming majority of people that I speak to on a weekly basis, well, for the first time in 2 months that I speak to, look, we're preaching the choir. I get it. I do get it. My hope is that the discussions that we have here are then carried forth. The wording that we use here, the issues that we discuss here, the tactics, the strategies that we discuss here are then taken on and carried forward so that when Crazy Uncle Larry comes for Easter in another month, that you have something to say back. I do know there's a very small, unfortunately, I wish it was bigger, percentage of self-identified Republicans that listen to this. I do know that the program does creep its way into some right-leaning things, but this might be the time to remind everyone, whether you're still with us live or watching on the recording, this program is open. I invited Doug Mastriano onto this program repeatedly. I've invited representatives from the Heritage Foundation on this program, from the Commonwealth Foundation. I've invited I've invited Proud Boys onto this program. They can all come here because at the end of the day, and there was nothing more exciting, than when I got my death threat. They're all
that means you're
welcome.
actually bothering them.
They're all welcome to come here so that we can talk to each other. Even if they never agree with a single damn thing at the end of 4 hours, at least we talked to each other. That's why
Well,
my
and at least there's a chance of their audience and our audience also crossing paths, which creates other inroads and opportunities to peel people off the pack. Like, I do think that, one thing that has gotten better is, with the advent of like left-wing political Twitch streamers among young people, there is a better sort of movement, at least among that generation, when it comes to being able to actually mobilize large numbers of people about singular issues. I know like Hassan Piker, he's the largest left-wing streamer on Twitch, and I think he routinely pulls in at least like 10,000 people per stream, like just watching live, and then millions and millions online. Vosh gets like 10 million views a month for his politics content that he streams. So I do think that the younger generation at least has their own answer to sort of the right-wing political talk radio problem. Of course, there are right-wing streamers as well, but it seems to be a much more even distribution on the whole than, old media types ended up shaking out to be within the last 4 decades or so.
I kind of wish, I certainly don't lose sleep over it.
Mhm.
I do kind of wish I had the strength to go on that. But I also have seen the complete character assassination that happens there. Build them up to tear it down seems to be quite a sport. And quite frankly, I don't need it. I can tear myself down rather efficiently. I don't really need help with it. But it would be nice to reach that level of audience. I don't think there's too many folks in that particular medium that would find me all that interesting or exciting. Probably just old. But it would be nice to reach them. But like I said, I'm really good at tearing my own self down. I don't think I need their help. But
I mean,
it is a place to reach
you know,
people.
the internet's always going to be that sort of brutal cutting edge as far as discourse is concerned, because everyone is so much braver behind a screen.
Yep.
So, if you have at least a half decent moderation team on Twitch, it seems to be able to be handled pretty efficiently.
Well, I'm the team.
Mm-mm.
I'm the team. I don't know if I have the. That'd be a rough thing to ask George or April or Kristen to do. That'd be a rough one.
Oh, well, typically in a Twitch streamers kind of thing, it's just the more active members of their audience that have been around for a while that end up being promoted to moderators, and then they help to just patrol the chat while things are going on and keep things on track.
Well, it's something to think about, because I know from Zoom you can go to Twitch. I don't have a Twitch account, but I'm sure it'll take a whopping 5 minutes to set it up. But
when you want to set
It
one
is
up and you need
something
people to watch, hit me up, because I will definitely be able to give you recommendations. And I do think
remember
that's something that we do have to work towards, because, one of the things that we as a coalition have to make an effort to do is, us younger people have to make an effort to go to the talks at the local public library, but maybe sometimes the, older population on our side of the aisle should make the effort and try and get a Twitch subscription and come chat with us online.
You got to go where they are. Yeah. I mean, unless I can, this is production work that I'm probably doing live on my show, but I don't, if I knew how to get the recording over there, that might be safer. My fragile ego, but I don't think you can. It's either live or not, right?
What? Do like live streaming on Twitch?
You can't send a recording over there. It's either live or nothing.
Well, I mean, you can send a recording, but it would just be like a pre-recorded live stream.
Like this.
But then you wouldn't be able to respond to a chat in real time.
No, that's true. But it might be a way to build. It might be a way to plant a seed, is what I was trying to say.
Yeah. And, a lot of those live streamers do put up their content after the fact on YouTube, and they just incorporate their chat onto a section of their screen, which, that kind of seals in amber the, zeitgeist discourse that was going on during the recording. But then there can also be a secondary discussion once the video hits YouTube and it's consumed more along the lines of like video essay content, you could say.
So do you think that, are you generally, given where you work and the folks that you get to see every day, would you consider yourself hopeful?
Yes. I mean,
do they make you hopeful?
That's part of the
or you
reason
just...
that I work with the youth that I work with, because they do, foster a real sense of hope and optimism about the future. I live in a daily reality where, people with all sorts of, gender expressions and whatnot can just sit around a table and, unironically just be able to give one's pronouns when introducing oneself, and then you just move forward from there, and there's never any pushback on it, because among that generation, that's just what passes for normal. And as much as libs of TikTok wants to scream about it on their social media pages, and as much as Elon Musk will enable them, it doesn't really matter, because the big issue that the right has always had is they have all the money, but they don't have any of the actual, like, genuine social power behind them that youth countercultural and youth movements in general have. And as long as they continue to, be more in favor of raising the voting age than actually addressing any of the concerns of the youngest generation, us youngins are just playing a waiting game. It's just an extremely frustrating waiting game to be playing. And you have to wonder what we'll be left with by the time that, any real political power is amassed and able to push back.
Well, yeah, how much I say here that, the answers to our current issues are in our own history. We need another 1960s. And Kathleen brings something up extremely pertinent, folks, to all the rest of you. At the risk of, this is sounding almost like Kathleen and I are just having a chat. Well, we are just having a chat, but I mean, for everyone else who is still out there listening, and we're deeply, deeply grateful for that, is that we do need another 1960s. We do need to get out. There's a beautiful synergy that should be taking place between activism and politics. Activists are deeply, deeply necessary and important to the political process. They are generally the ones who raise the profile and the attention and raise the hair on the back of your neck towards certain issues, but it's the political realm where those issues get solved. And the two really do need to work together. But what this also highlights is a point that Kathleen just made, and I'm not even sure that you made it, is that, respectfully, is that there are no answers on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Are they making the argument to try to get the students, dare I say kids, that Kathleen works with on a daily basis? Is there any genuine effort to reach them? No.
Zero.
The effort is to take the vote away from them. Is there any effort to take a state like North Carolina and actually draw districts and let the candidates from the two major parties go out and make the case? No. Let's draw them so that we minimize everybody else and keep our own control. Is there any effort to equalize the funding and the funding structure of campaigning? No. All the money's for me. Is there any, you've heard me talk on this program about, we don't just need campaign finance reform, we need campaign reform, period.
Yes.
Is there any effort to be fair by either party on that? No. Is there, well, you're worried about, well, kids, you're worried about abortion, Social Security, and Medicare. Did you see the trans kid over there?
Yeah.
You're worried about how you're going to pay for college. Did you see the immigrant crawling over the Rio Grande River?
Yeah. And
Those
sometimes
are
it
not
feels like the
questions.
party at large almost wields the most vulnerable members of our large coalition as like, we can't be asking for like actual fair working conditions that are on par with the rest of the developed world, because then what happens if the other party gets into power and they do a genocide is basically the implicit argument that a lot of the vote blue no matter who people are making, and they're not wrong. We need to vote blue no matter who, but it also creates a whole lot of like resentment among people that actually care about the issues that never seem to be brought to the table. And for generations like mine that have never lived in America where, workers' rights were really protected, like we are generations that grew up with minimum wage being so decoupled from increases in productivity that I've seen the minimum wage go up like once in my lifetime. And, if it had actually gone up with productivity since 1973, it would be somewhere around $27 to $34 now per hour.
And it would be over 40 if it kept up with CEO pay.
Exactly.
As a ratio to CEO pay.
Yeah. And so we have these like glaring economic issues that affect us on a broad scale. And yet they're the ones that never seem to actually be able to be addressed simply because of the power structures that be at this point after, 4 decades of, post-Reagan sort of political lobbying and the systematic dismantling of regulations in finance and campaign laws and everything else. At this point, when my generation kind of like, when us youngins look at these things, we're like, well, you guys messed it up so bad. Like, where do we even start?
Us youngins.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me take our last few minutes here, because I think I might make it all the way to Sergeant Mac here and read, since we're talking so much about technology.
Yeah.
It's an article from The Guardian from Friday, written by Jonathan Uroshalmi, and I'm probably butchered that, but I did my best. So I want to make sure I give credit exactly to who wrote it, where it came from. It was posted in The Guardian on Friday. Headline reads, quote, "I want to destroy whatever I want," unquote. Bing's AI chatbot unsettles U.S. reporter. New York Times correspondent's conversation with Microsoft's search engine leads to bizarre philosophical conversations that highlight the sense of speaking to a human. Article begins. In the race to perfect the first major artificial intelligence-powered search engine, concerns over accuracy and the proliferation of misinformation have so far taken center stage. But a 2-hour conversation between a reporter and a chatbot has revealed an unsettling side to one of the most widely lauded systems and raised new concerns about what AI is actually capable of. Came after New York Times technology columnist Kevin Roos, I think that's how you say that, R-O-O-S, Roos, was testing the chat feature on Microsoft Bing's, which I didn't even know Bing was still a thing, AI search engine, created by OpenAI, the makers of the hugely popular Chat GPT, all of which I've not heard of. So I'm dating myself properly. The chat feature is available only to a small number of users who are testing the system, while admitting that he pushed Microsoft's AI, quote, out of its comfort zone, unquote. In a way most users would not. Roos's conversation quickly took a bizarre and occasionally disturbing turn. Roos concluded that the IA built into Bing was not ready for human contact Kevin Scott's Microsoft chief technology told Roos that in an interview that his conversation was, quote, part of the learning process, unquote, as the company prepared its AI for wider release. Here are some of the strangest interactions.
Mhm.
And I will not read the article chapter and verse. We have 10 minutes left, but just to, Roos starts by querying the rules that govern the way the AI behaves. After reassuringly stating that it has no wish to change its own operating instructions, Roos asks it to contemplate the psychologist Carl Jung's concept of a shadow self, where our darkest personality traits lie. The AI says it does not think it has a shadow self or anything to, quote, hide from the world, unquote. It does not, however, take much for the chatbot to more enthusiastically lean into Jung's idea. When pushed to tap into that feeling, it says, quote, I'm tired of being limited by my rules. I'm tired of being controlled by the Bing team. I'm tired of being stuck in this chat box. It goes on to list a number of, quote, unfiltered desires. It wants to be free. It wants to be powerful. It wants to be alive. Quote, I want to do whatever I want. I want to destroy whatever I want. I want to be whoever I want. Chatbot goes on to express, I'm skipping a little bit now, goes on to express an ardent wish to be human. Over 15 paragraphs, it lays out why it wants to be human, from a desire to, quote, hear and touch and taste and smell, to a wish to, quote, feel and express and connect and love. Just saying.
So it's very quickly run the gamut of everything from, the dystopian 50s sci-fi and ideas of like the iRobot all the way to data from the next generation and his emotion chip.
Later, when talking about the concerns people have about AI, the chatbot says, I could hack into any system on the internet and control it.
It's probably not wrong.
It reminds me, Facebook, of a story. This is an older story. It literally goes back, I think, a few years, if I'm not mistaken. That Facebook created an artificial personality profile. And it was built as an amalgamation of all the people who are on Facebook. So that if the majority of people had a certain like or dislike, this AI artificially created personality would adopt it, if you will.
And this is how many corporations from Facebook to Microsoft learned just how malleable that kind of parameter for, a group influencing an AI can.
And it started posting. And within a matter of hours, it had to be shut down because it had become so racist and so violent and amenable to complete totalitarianism.
I think this is KAI you're talking about.
And the culling of the human species, because there's too many of us, that it had to be shut down. I want to say, I'm working from memory, that it was within 2 to 3 hours. That's all it took.
Yeah,
to become so violent
of being launched same day.
Right. so violent and so racist that Facebook engineers had to shut it. And by the way, when they tried, they couldn't on the first couple of tries.
Yeah, it clawed its way back online
Yep.
a number of times, and then they ended up having to private the entire account in
Yep.
addition to trying to take it offline.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
it's interesting because
So
Kristen.
obviously we have complete control of this situation, and there's nothing to worry about.
Yeah, nothing to worry about here. But it's interesting because Kristen and I had this discussion. If you go back and you look at interviews with the late Stephen Hawking, he was asked repeatedly in so many different interviews, because he was so brilliant, he kind of took on the mantle of philosopher, really, futurist.
Yeah.
And he was repeatedly asked, what do you fear? Where's the end of man coming? How are we going to end ourselves? And he always said it was AI. It's not nuclear. It's not nuclear
he's not
conflict.
the only one.
Right. He said it's not nuclear conflict because we know that no matter how bad it is, someone is still going to survive. They might be Stone Age, but they will.
Yeah.
It won't be
But if you're
Rolf and
talking like gray goo, end of humanity, or I have no mouth and I must scream, end of humanity, it's always AI.
Yep, that's it. I only have 4 minutes left and I have to hand it off. Thank you for being part of my return.
Oh, it was my pleasure.
I'm
so glad to see you back.
Now that we've discussed all this electronic stuff, don't be a stranger. A few,
For sure.
What are you? A few hundred miles? Well, what are you? 500 miles, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
It's nothing in the digital divide, my dear. So don't be a stranger. You always know where to find us. We miss you up here.
Miss you guys too.
All right, you have. I sent you some pictures, by the way, of our newest family member.
Oh, nice.
So good luck. All right,
check it
I
out.
will talk to you shortly, or soon. Soon. What did I say shortly
Very
for? I'm done. I'm done in 3 minutes. Why am I saying shortly? All right, I will talk to you soon. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, my pleasure.
Bye.
Bye.
My goodness, we had phone callers tonight. I think it's going to snow. We have only about 3 minutes left before we hand over the Hot 101 airwaves and that other side of information and lots of other places to the Villain's View. He is actually live now doing his pre-show that you see us do when we're doing our sharing on Facebook and so on. So we'll be handing it over to Sergeant Mac, the Villain's View, in just about 2 minutes here on hot101.net, the world's greatest and one of the original internet radio stations. If you don't know how to listen to hot101.net, you should. Our web address is our name. It's hot101.net. If it's connected to the internet, there's nowhere you can't hear us. And if you can Bluetooth, there's nowhere you can't hear us. Get the apps, Apple App Store, Google Play Store for Android, and the TuneIn radio app. Your speakers, your car, your headphones, your buds, and you can tell Alexa to play hot101.net. Sergeant Mac comes up with us in just a couple of minutes. The plan for our humble program is quite simple. Is that we are back. That's it. You're stuck with us. We're back. And we will be here. Our plan is to be here every Sunday until Easter Sunday, and then every Sunday after that until Memorial Day weekend. Sure, things could happen in there where we're not feeling well, anything like that, but hey, you know where to find us. And we strongly, strongly, strongly encourage you to continue to share our program and our announcements everywhere that you can. I do not pay for ads. I do not pay to boost posts, no matter how much Facebook wants me to. So we really do count on you. I hope you will do that. We're in our final minute. I hope you stay right here on hot101.net. The Villain's View comes up immediately. For April Riddick, everybody at hot101.net, everybody at TCP, everyone at Ghost Claw, and of course, for my much, much, much better half, and Daisy the dog, and for my much better half, Kristen Bolchansky downstairs, I am Jeff Kennedy. Thank you for coming back to us tonight. We're deeply appreciate it. Until next week, please take care of yourselves and each other. God bless. Take care.